of PIDM and IDIC. I will be your moderator of today's session. Our chairman, Bapak Purbaya.
Exchanging knowledge and experience from PIDM is our priority for today's discussion.
An initiative to strengthen our ties. Together we can achieve breakthroughs.
Perform due diligence.
Bilateral relationship, advanced thinking.
Liquidity is one of them.
Increasing as well.
The claim, there's always a payment.
Was so vital, supervisor, in this case in Malaysia.
As we reach the conclusion of this productive high-level meeting,
Begitu rame, dia jauh.
Good morning, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 13th of August 2024 on the First International Quality Tourism Conference. We would like to invite everyone, all of the participants of the conference, to please join us inside and please kindly take your seat as we are preparing ourselves for day 2. Once again, for all of you, the participants of the First International Quality Tourism Conference, please kindly enter the ballroom. Kindly take your seat and prepare yourself for the arrangement of the day 2. Thank you. May we have your attention, please, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. To all of the participants of the first International Quality Tourism Conference, we kindly invite you to please take your seat and join us here inside the ballroom. We would like to invite you all to prepare yourself as the arrangement for the second day of our conference will begin shortly. Thank you. May we have your attention, please, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we would like to invite you all to please join us here inside the ballroom. Kindly take your seat and prepare yourself as we will start the arrangement for the day 2 in another 5 minutes. Please also be reminded that during the conference to set your mobile phones and also other communication devices into the silent or vibrate mode. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, good morning, everyone. How are you on the second day of our first International Quality Tourism Conference? Feel good and energetic as well? It's a good sign because today, on the 30th of August 2024, it's the last day on August, isn't it? It's just a test for your focus, actually. Well, yes, this is the last day on weekdays, and it is happy because we are able to share the last weekdays on August here as our second day for the first International Quality Tourism Conference. This morning, I'm Dian Ariswari, back again here to greet all of you and as your master of ceremony for our second day. And before we start, there are some important notes for our second day. The first one, today we're going to have the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, later on that will joining us during one of the session, as well as he will do the launch of a book. And then also, ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, if you notice on each of your table, you may be able to find the QR code. So the QR code itself can be scanned to get the content or the informations, the details of the program guidebook and also the whole presentation during our conference. So please do scan the QR code. Once again, today we also still have the translation or interpreter services. So for those who need the receiver, you may also use it for channel 1 for Bahasa Indonesia and channel 2 is for the English. And once again, the receiver for the interpreter can only be used in this ballroom and not allowed to bringing outside from the ballroom. Well, yes, this is our second day. We will have free plenary session. And if yesterday, Bapak Luhut bin Sarpanjaitan already highlighted the importance of having a board for quality tourism. So it makes us realize how important to bring the quality tourism globally. So how to do this, how to go global. We will discuss it further on the first plenary session that we have on day 2. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the second day of our first International Quality Tourism Conference, and our session will discuss further about bringing quality tourism globally. It will be moderated, of course, the session itself, and let me introduce the moderator on this session. So our moderator for the session 4 is a professional with over a decade of experience in broadcast media, including her roles as a news anchor and also senior communications advisor. With a very strong background in journalism and also strategic communication, she has a proven track record in delivering high-profile events and also managing media relations. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a round of applause to Mrs. Sarah Wayne to take the charge on the session today.
Thank you very much, Dian, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and once again, to this session, our third session of this event. Can I please have a round of applause to begin our 3-session event today? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned from Dian earlier, today we will be pressing once again on a discussion related to the industry and especially Today, in this session, we will highlight the importance of integrating sustainability, addressing sector-specific challenges, and also fostering international cooperation to advance the quality tourism on a global scale. Together, this morning, we will discuss critical elements of quality tourism, which we will focus on sustainable practices, strategic competitiveness, and also inclusive development. And this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we also have a speakers list or a panelist list who are very distinguished in their own field. So we will discuss and also share our insight, and hopefully we can together know how to increase and also implement global quality tourism together. So without further ado, please do allow me to introduce to you, before I call them up on stage, the speakers and also their short bio to every one of us here. Our first speaker this morning will be Mr. Satvinder Singh, the Deputy Secretary General for the ASEAN Economic Community, who will be joining us virtually. And Mr. Satvinder Singh is the Deputy Secretary General for the ASEAN Economic Community, or AEC, from 2021-2027, recently renewed for another 3-year term starting in 2024. In this role, he leads the implementation of the AEC Blueprint 2025 and provides strategic direction for the ASEAN's economic integration. Previously, he was the Assistant Chief Executive Officer at Enterprise Singapore, where he played a key role in enhancing Singapore's trade connectivity and driving digitalization efforts. And next, our second speaker is Ms. Liz Ortiguera, who is the Managing Director of Asia Pacific and Senior Advisor to the CEO, World Travel and Tourism Council. Ms. Liz Ortiguera is a seasoned travel industry leader and strategy consultant with over 25 years of experience, including 18 years at American Express and leadership roles in digital and travel startups. She served as CEO of the Pacific Asia Travel Association and is currently the Managing Director for Asia Pacific and Senior Advisor to the CEO at the World Travel and Tourism Council. A Filipino-American based in Singapore, Liz is an alumna of Stanford, Columbia, NYU, and the Cooper Union, and is dedicated to using travel and education for social impact. Our third panelist for our first session this morning is Mr. Andreas Hardeman, the Head of Aviation and Aerospace, Travel and Tourism Industry, where Mr. Andreas Hardeman is a distinguished leader in the aerospace, aviation, and travel tourism industries with an academic background in civil law, international air and space law, international economic development, and currently spearheading industry activities at the World Economic Forum, along with extensive experiences in the aviation industry, where he has significantly contributed to the aviation sustainability policies all across Europe. And our fourth and final panelist for this morning is Ibu Maya Watono, the Chief Marketing Officer in Journey. Ibu Maya is a distinguished leader in the marketing communications industry with over 15 years of experience shaping the strategic direction of major organizations. Currently, she is the Chief Marketing Officer at InJourney. She has also led as country CEO of Densu Indonesia and CEO of Dwi Sapta Integrated Marketing Communication. A graduate of the University of Western Australia with degrees in psychology and marketing, Maya's innovative approach to business has earned her the recognition and prestigious lists such as Fortune Indonesia's 40 Under 40. So ladies and gentlemen, please do join me in welcoming all the panelists for our first session this morning. Please give a round of applause. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause as I welcome all the speakers on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned before, this will be a moderated session, a discussion session. And later at the end, we will give the opportunity to all the participants who are in the room to share or probably pose a question to all the speakers here on stage. So please do prepare your questions or whatever thoughts, insights you would like to share with us. But we will give the opportunity at the end of the session. And now we will first listen together and also find the presentation from each speaker, which will be shared to us in just a moment. And without further ado, we will begin this session this morning with Mr. Satvinder Singh, who will be presenting a pre-recorded message regarding the topic of countries' collaboration on implementing QT standard.
Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. On the onset, let me first express my deep gratitude to His Excellency Luhut Panjaitan, the Coordinating Minister of Maritime and Investment Affairs of the Republic of Indonesia, for graciously inviting the Secretariat to be able to come here to share a keynote speech at the first International Quality Tourism Conference. It's indeed a great pleasure and an honor for me to be able to partake this initiative that is aiming at enhancing our tourism sector in a responsible and in a sustainable way. Unfortunately, due to prior commitments within ASEAN, I'm not able to join with all of you in person, but I trust that the insights and the thoughts that I will share on behalf of the Secretariat, this is going to hopefully complement and further enrich the discussions that are going to be held in the forum on this very crucial topic of quality tourism. As we are gathered here today, I believe it's really imperative for us to recognize the significance of developing and consistently promoting sustainable tourism in our rapidly changing world. I think we all are aware in recent years we have observed a shift in travelers' preferences towards wanting to go to destinations that not only prioritize environmental conservation, but also they want to go to places where there is a upholding of local cultures and traditions, and they also want to support local communities and economies in a much more sustainable, meaningful way. Furthermore, we've also been realizing that there has also been a significant resurgence also in the global tourism industry over the past few years. In fact, in ASEAN, based on preliminary figures that I've seen from 2023, the region in ASEAN will witness a noticeable increase of 153.09% year-on-year increase in international arrivals. In fact, on average, the ASEAN tourism recovery rate across ASEAN has reached approximately about 70% of the levels that we saw in 2019, a period where the region experienced unprecedented growth. Tourism sector, as you all know, has been a substantial contributor to job creation and economic development for our region. In fact, according to OECD, before the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, tourism accounted for almost 11.7% of the total GDP, and it contributed an amount of 13.2% of total employment in ASEAN economies. Now, these figures just only says very clearly the critical importance of tourism sector to our region. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say that sustainable tourism undeniably plays a pivotal role in fostering equitable as well as sustainable economic growth. In fact, striking a harmonious balance between economic progress with environmental conservation and social development, all of these three coming together is essential to cultivate a responsible society, at the same time safeguarding the well-being of our future generations. In fact, in recent years, travelers have displayed all of this increased eco-consciousness, and they have been advocating for commitments that are not only protecting the environment, but also preserve cultural heritage and local traditions. Now, factors such as green and eco-friendly accommodations, factors such as carbon footprint reduction, and also things like engaging in cultural immersion activities, they all have become decisive considerations in selecting a travel destination. So as tourists increasingly seek destinations that prioritize sustainability and that offer authentic, environmentally friendly experiences, I think this is where I think ASEAN coming together, we need to work towards dedicating ourselves towards sustainable tourism grants that actually help our industry transform and be competitive in being able to provide this new product that is being desired globally. Consequently, we also know that enhancing our sustainable tourism through the development of high quality experiences definitely will become crucial to attract travelers to the region. The target is not merely regular travelers. I think we also need to also align our standards as quality tourists, and by positioning ourselves as a leader in sustainable tourism, ASEAN definitely has ability to capture a very nice niche market that will value and support sustainable practices, leading to increased tourism arrivals and higher spending. It's indeed an honor for us to participate in this crucial journey of transforming our tourism industry and knowing that it can significantly impact our social economic growth. In fact, within ASEAN, the leaders have envisaged that by 2025, the region will evolve into a quality tourism destination that's going to be showcasing a unique and diverse ASEAN experience. Now, to realize this, the ASEAN Tourism Strategic Plan 2026 to 2025, it outlines two major strategic directions. First, there's a focus on enhancing our ASEAN competitiveness as a singular tourism destination, as a collective. Second, it's about ensuring sustainability and inclusivity of ASEAN tourism, forming a cornerstone of our ASEAN tourism initiative. I'm actually indeed delighted to update you all that the advancement made by the ASEAN tourism in fulfilling our vision is actually quite substantive. Allow me to highlight some very few achievements. For example, since 2018, ASEAN has been recognizing tourism businesses that align with ASEAN Tourism Sustainable Agenda and also promote quality tourism through the prestigious ASEAN Sustainable Tourism Awards. Then in January of 2023, the ASEAN tourism ministers also adopted the ASEAN Framework on Sustainable Tourism Development. Now, this framework outlines critical focal points to achieve sustainable tourism in our region. And this framework also leverages on existing endeavors in the tourism sector and all other relevant areas within the ASEAN community, all aiming to build an ASEAN ongoing tourism development effort. Subsequently, earlier this year, in 2024, an action roadmap for sustainable tourism was adopted with the primary aim of providing tourism stakeholders a much more comprehensive understanding of effectively applying the principles of sustainable, inclusive, and resilient tourism. Presently, the ASEAN tourism sector is also in the process of formulating an ASEAN ecotourism standard for facilities, for activities and services. Now, this standard underscores responsible tourism practices while prioritizing conservation, prioritizing environmental preservation, and respecting local cultures and communities. We are all planning to endorse this by the ASEAN tourism ministers within the year. And there's also, of course, the ASEAN ecotourism standard that will complement the existing ASEAN tourism standard, such as the ASEAN Green Hotel standard that exists, and there's also the ASEAN community-based standard, and we also have the ASEAN Tourism Heritage Standard. All these are really what I call the cornerstones in our ability to be able to fulfill our dreams. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, tourism, when managed responsibly, it really serves as a potent force for sustainable development. It really can offer employment opportunities, and this one is not just for the urban populations of our region. It really hits all of our communities, including the rural areas. Tourism also is a potent force for infrastructure development and enhancement. It provides economic growth. Okay. However, we also know that if it's left unregulated, it can also lead to environmental harm. It can lead to cultural dilution, and it can lead to social disparities. Now, to ensure the advancement of high-quality tourism, we believe a collaborative, a multi-dimensional approach involving government entities, the private sector, and the civil society. This is really indispensable. And with this in mind, I propose following 4 recommendations for future deliberations. What are these 4 recommendations? Well, first, I believe we need to develop a comprehensive quality tourism strategy, meaning to say formulate a long-term vision for ASEAN quality tourism that will align with sustainable development goals to guide sustainable tourism practices. Actually, some member states are already taking very strong positions in this. Second, I believe we need to invest in infrastructure and human capital. We definitely need to enhance infrastructure quality. More of our 2nd, 3rd, 4th tier cities need to be more directly connected within ASEAN. We really need to encompass better quality transport links and also a lot more digital connectivity between our societies. We cannot we cannot live without this. Third, I think we need to ensure that our tourism facilities also cater to inclusivity, addressing the needs of individuals with disabilities and elderly travelers. At the same time, we also need to invest in better quality infrastructure all over the region, and in fact invest in education and the training of tourism professionals in the services sector in order to enhance the overall experience that customers will get as they enjoy tourism in our region. Finally, number 4, I think we need to leverage technology. We need to harness technology to enrich the tourism experience. We need to boost some of the operational efficiencies and even help gather data for informed decision making, particularly those that assess the impact of tourism on economy, on environment, and also at local communities. Now, in order for us to be able to also enjoy carbon credits in decarbonization down the road, we need to be able to measure our carbon footprint. And to measure carbon footprint once again, we need to be able to embrace digital solutions in order for us to be able to do track and trace. Now, all of these recommendations are really aiming to help us to be able to cultivate sustainable tourism practices and also contribute towards a much more longer term prosperity and the well-being of our people. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN really holds immense potential to emerge as a leading global tourism destination. And by prioritizing quality, by prioritizing sustainability, and by prioritizing collaboration, I think we can truly establish a tourism industry that's going to benefit all stakeholders. Let us join our hands to pave the way for a future where tourism serves as a kind of a catalyst for new generation of economic prosperity, an inclusive, progressive social progress for everyone, and it paves the way for even environmental protection. I appreciate all of your attention today and wish all of you a very successful event.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Singh, for the pre-recorded message. There were 4 recommendations, which Mr. Singh has mentioned, which were the long-term quality tourism guidelines, which we need to put into mind, invest infrastructure and human capital. We have to have facilities which caters to inclusivity and also leverage technology to boost culture experience. And in doing so, he also mentioned that it's very important for us to stay competitive and also to pay attention to sustainability, whether it's environmental or it's the cultural preservation of the tourism location itself. And to further press on regarding competitiveness and also sustainable tourism, we have with us Ms. Ortiguera, who will be sharing her presentation and also her thoughts on enhancing competitiveness through sustainable tourism, global strategies, and also policies. So ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Ms. Ortiguera.
Thank you so much. As mentioned, I'm Liz, and I'm really honored to be here today, particularly here in Bali. And before I get into, I was asked to speak about strategies for quality tourism. Before I get into that, I'll share a personal story. I've been coming to Bali for more than 25 years. And I feel so privileged to have seen it during that period, as early as that, because I really did fall in love with the people and the culture and the land. And so these are a few pictures of what I saw when I was in Bali that long ago. So over the last 25 years, I've been working, so I'm based in Singapore, American, Filipino heritage. I've probably been to Bali more than the Philippines. That's how much I've enjoyed it. And I've come here for business and for leisure. And at one point, I had the opportunity to, as when I was American Express, I was responsible for organizing a regional conference of the largest travel agencies that were our partners, and I chose Bali. And I knew that these GMs of big travel agencies, most of them had been to Bali, but I wanted them to see real Bali, as much as you can do that with a conference. And so this is a photo from that conference, and it was very special because on our organizing team, we had the princess from a village 2 hours north of here, and she basically brought a delegation. We had a festival procession. I was very fortunate for that. So 1 month ago, I'll share with you that I was visiting with my mother, who's 84 years old, lives in New York. She has traveled through the years to many, many countries with my father, but she's never been to Indonesia. So she called me over and she said, Liz, I want to show you something. And they've been reading the New York Times for years. New York Times is one of the top newspapers in the US. And she said to me, is this really Bali? And I looked at the photo and I said, no, Mom, that's not Bali. And then I read the article. And it was an article, and this is all over the news, about over-tourism. You know, we've seen the protesters in Barcelona. And in this particular article, it was, and when I read the article, I realized, oh my God, that is Bali. But that's not the Bali I know. That's not real Bali. And that's not the Bali that you all, love and appreciate. So, we're all believers in travel. And travel can do amazing things. It's a force for good, but it's kind of a spectrum. So you'll get the good and the bad. And I think our opportunity as travel leaders is to see how can we pivot it, more towards the good. It doesn't have to be just about making money. It needs to be about restoring the culture, restoring the environment, preserving our forests, preserving the traditions, and taking care of the community so that you're stronger than before the travelers came in. And so that's what I believe in. So I'll share with you, as our ASEAN Secretariat mentioned, Asia Pacific is positioned to grow. Now, these are numbers that we publish every year, Economic Impact Report from WTTC. So what we show in our projections, GDP has finally exceeded 2019 level. And honestly, I like GDP number better than IVAs, international visitor arrivals, because we need to stop focusing on traffic and how many humans come through your country. It needs to be about economic value, and particularly economic value that stays in the country. Total jobs, we're going to exceed 2019. That's good news. Visitor spend international is still below, but we're above on domestic. So fortunately, domestic travel, hopefully that will continue to be a trend, and that will get value from the people living in the country. Now, 10 years from now, this is really interesting, GDP will be 11.2% of the economy. So part of the reason WTTC was formed is because we wanted to represent the voice of the entire travel ecosystem and explain to others, to the governments, to others, how important our industry is and how much value and benefit you get. Now, one interesting statistic, 110 million new jobs will be created by travel over the next 10 years. 64 million of them will be here in Asia Pacific. And so that's great, and we should make sure that that becomes like an engine for poverty alleviation. So these are the numbers, you can see, compare the top, you'll see 9.7% of the total economy in 2024. It'll become 11.7% of the total economy for ASEAN. 12.9% of the workforce today will become 15.7% of total workforce in 2034. So I'm going to share with you, it's a big topic, big question, but 4 strategies for sustainable tourism competitiveness. The first, adoption of the SDGs. Now, I know they may feel very distant and hard to achieve, and that's part of the challenge. But what we've done at WTTC is, first of all, last year, we issued landmark reports for 185 countries, including Indonesia, that gave environmental and social impact statistics. And right now, there's a QR code, these reports are free. We are currently, so the data goes from 2009 to 2021. We will be publishing an updated version, but many countries around the globe are using this as their scorecard and their foundation for measuring how they fare within their own metrics, as well as comparing to other countries. So this is an example of some of the data. It's economic, environment, and climate, and social. Okay. Now, to get started, it seems very distant to be able to hit some of these SDG targets, but WTTC has formed a level 1 for hotels. This is a basic entry-level starter kit. And it was designed with input from the hotel industry. So our members are the largest corporates in travel across the globe. So we got input from the industry, so it's for the industry, by the industry. It's a starter program. It's meant to be for 3 years. And it tells you what are the 12 measures that you need to do to start your hotel sustainability program across, including from efficiency to planet to people. Now, I mentioned a story yesterday that I was so impressed to hear a small boutique hotel chain CEO tell me, we're going to do this, and he was able to do it in 3 to 4 months. And at first I didn't believe it because, I do know that in some countries there can be challenges like replacing the plastic bottles in your room. And so he told me in detail how he implemented it, and it really is, as I described, as he described, it's a mindset change, and you need to engage your whole organization in doing so. And I'm happy, so Randy is here in the room, and I'm happy to advise that our program maps into GSTC standards. So GSTC accreditation, he has 42 criteria, we have 12. And soon we'll have an intermediate program that has, let's say, 20 measures. So there's a basic, a level 2, and then GSTC. So the sustainability is a journey. It's not going to go away, it's not a fad. And so the important thing is get started. And so we've given you, the content is free, it's online, and so please, please advocate for this. And some of the nations across ASEAN and Asia Pacific might have their own national program, which is great, it's fantastic. We would not be in conflict with that. Very likely, we have the same criteria. It's just that we've got a standard that people can recognize across countries, across the globe. This has been implemented in 80 different countries. And so, please consider this. This is a free toolkit. You can also find it on our website and just go to Hotel Basics. Second, adopt destination management practices and certification programs to achieve that. So when I was CEO of PATA, one of the things I'm most proud of is that we did, in the midst of COVID, we developed a destination resilience training program. So for all of you, it explains to you what are the 8 to 10 areas where you need to prepare. So it can mean, it addresses technology risk, it addresses culture risk, inequities to your community, infrastructure. So it gives you this broad checklist of things that you need to consider to make your destination strong and thrive. Now, resilience is actually the foundation before sustainability. Sustainability means maintain. Resilience means whatever comes at you, whether it's an onslaught of tourism or it's an environmental challenge like a typhoon or an earthquake. What are the things that you need to consider in order to make your destination strong? There's another course that I would recommend, and this is from Cornell. And in that article that I showed you that showed that featured the photo of Bali, actually, the first expert they turned to is the chairwoman of this program. And I was asked, I volunteered to actually speak on a module here, and so was Daryl Wade of Intrepid. So this is a longer course. The PATA course is 8 hours. This one's 40 hours. But again, it's about preserving and ensuring that your destination is well managed. Third, public-private partnerships and investment in green infrastructure. So what are some examples? I live in Singapore, and I've been there for 18 years. But I can share with you that what I have seen in terms of commitment from the Singapore government just in the last 3 years has been very impressive. This was not a very sustainability-minded country. I noticed we were recycling in New York much more 20 years ago than I was 5 years ago in Singapore. But now, when the Singapore government gets committed to something, it's absolutely coordinated, public-private, across the industry. So they're partnering with Randy on destination sustainability criteria, and they're mindfully, in a very structured way, approaching certification for their tourist attractions. They've got an active green hotel program, and they're supporting renewable energy. And here's a trivia point. Did you know that the largest sustainable aviation fuel facility in the world is in Asia, and it's in Singapore? So this factory can take used cooking oil and convert it into aviation fuel. But surprisingly, when they were first built, the first customers were European carriers, not Asian. Now that's changed in recent years, and Singapore has made a big commitment to basically ensure that by next year, every plane that takes off from Singapore has to have at least 1% fraction of SAF, or sustainable aviation fuel. So this is a great commitment, and this is a stake in the ground that honestly no country in Asia and probably beyond, I hadn't heard of a country that's done that, and they were the first. So, fourth, sustainable tourism marketing. And I say this, but I would put a big caveat on it. Consumers are tired of greenwashing. And right now, we do have a lot of label confusion. There are a lot of green leaves, in different countries, and it does create confusion. Customers really want to see true sustainability. So I hear stories from GMs. They'll say things like, a GM friend of mine has 2 millennial children. I have one that's 24 years old. He said to me, Liz, my kids don't ask me, Dad, did you get rid of the plastic bottles? They ask me, Dad, are you using reverse osmosis to recycle your water? And he said at that time, I don't know. So customers want to see authentic sustainability in your properties. So if you're going to market it, make sure that it's true. Do and share best practices. And this is the one area where I see competitors are willing to share best practices, because honestly, we're in it together. So do and share best practices, get verified, get certified, then you can market. If you're doing something good for the community, that's great. Customers want to see that. So the statistics that I've seen for Asia Pacific show that our affluent customers, at a high proportion, they want to see sustainable travel choices. So in Asia, the numbers, for example, India, 98%, Philippines, 99%. We're very high compared to the rest of the world. So the customers here in the region want to see the efforts. And I believe it's because in Asia, we're at the front end of feeling the impact of climate change. It's not a political issue here in the region. It's actually a true concern. And so put in the practices and put that into your marketing. Because honestly, the properties or the companies that don't do sustainability, you're going to look very outdated very fast. So, for example, with WTDC, as a platform, we have incredible reach. We have the 200 largest travel companies as our members. Many of them are buyers, like the OTAs, like Virtuoso. And so what we offer to our members is send us a story if you're doing a best practices, because we want to be like, the hub for great ideas for sustainability and responsible travel. Send us your story, and if it passes our editing or editorial review, then we'll celebrate it. So we want to, as much as possible, be the platform that celebrates and shares best practices. Multi-country collaboration. So I'll just talk briefly about this one as a last topic. The one that we watch the most, honestly, is the EU. The EU has been leading the way in many realms. For example, data privacy, the regulation and the oversight they're having on technology platforms. And then right now, we're waiting to see their new legislation, which will unfold this year on green on green claims. So, you know, they have been really like the guiding voice in terms of regulation in a number of fronts. So we as WTTC are looking to them. There are many organizations in travel that are seeing, you know, they're going to be the police for green claims. That's why it's really important that you align with established organizations like WTTC, like GSTC, and others that have a proper platform for sustainability. Now, they have also made, the last thing I'll comment on is that they've also made an ambitious commitment to SAF. So they're even more ambitious than Singapore. Starting in 2025, all flights departing from EU airports must use a minimum of 2% SAF, rising to 70% by 2050. So absolutely, you know, there is movement from, I've seen a huge shift. You know, because in working with associations like PATA and WTTC, we have the benefit of talking to government, to nonprofits, to university, SMEs, big corporates, and I personally have seen a big shift in the last 2 to 3 years. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, in Asia particularly, it was about survival. Let's just get the business back. So many people have lost their jobs. Now, every country that I talk to has a sustainability program. So it's absolutely critical, and you know, frankly, you know, for a culture, you know, like what I've appreciated here in Bali, I welcome the fact that we are going to focus on more quality tourism, because there's so much to enhance and reinforce that's beautiful in this culture. So I'm very honored and privileged to have a small part in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ortiguera, for your presentation. And yes, something that we have to always put into mind, customers want to see real and also authentic sustainability. And of course, as mentioned before, sustainability is not a destination we have to get to, but it's a journey. Therefore, remember to continue to share and do your best practices, and also to get verified and also certified. Once again, please give a round of applause for Ms. Ortiguera. And next, as mentioned briefly before, it is also important to create an inclusive tourism aside from resilient and also sustainable tourism as well. Therefore, I would like to pass on the microphone and give the time for Mr. Hardiman to give his presentation on Global Tourism and Development Competitiveness Plan for Inclusive, Resilient and Sustainable Tourism. Mr. Hardiman, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us this morning. Since yesterday morning, we've already heard from quite a lot of speakers, and also talking to many people sort of in the room. The amount of knowledge and experience that is gathered here in this at this conference is truly amazing, if not a bit overwhelming. We've already heard, of course, about how the tourism industry has gone through a process of rapid globalization, technological advancements, and that the industry is continuing to grow and to evolve significantly. Mass tourism, as we heard, has been long the driving force behind tourism growth, but more recently we've seen this growing demand for more meaningful, sustainable and also personalized experiences. Now, so taking a few steps back and sort of recalling that my own original background is in aviation and aerospace. When I started preparing for this conference, I sort of sat back and I thought, of course I've heard about sustainable aviation and sustainable aerospace, but I've never come across sort of concepts like regenerative aviation or high value aerospace or quality aviation. And because I have a legal background, I'm a lawyer by training, I'm always sort of very much focused on definitions and concepts. And I was trying to get to grips, sort of reading into this whole discussion, and I thought, let's check with our new best friend and source of all wisdom, ChatGPT. So I went online and I asked ChatGPT to give me a few definitions of how these various concepts fit together. So I'm just going to very briefly read out to you what ChatGPT gave me as a result there. So it says, sustainable tourism is a foundational concept for all other types of tourism. It is a prerequisite for regenerative, quality, and high-value tourism. Regenerative tourism is a more ambitious extension of sustainable tourism, aiming to create positive impacts beyond sustainability. Quality tourism is often associated with high-value tourism, as quality experiences are essential for attracting and satisfying high-end travelers. And finally, high-value tourism, according to ChatGPT, encompasses elements of both sustainable and quality tourism, emphasizing meaningful, personalized, and innovative experiences. So, when I saw that, I was really sort of happy yesterday to hear from Ibu Amalia the definition of quality tourism as it is being used and proposed in our current context. And if you recall, she listed 4 elements: competitiveness, sustainability, uniqueness, and high value. So I was really glad to have that sort of resolved, but I think sort of to be aware of the interaction and the interconnectedness of all these different types of concepts, I think is something useful to keep in mind. Now, for this morning, I wanted to put competitiveness and sustainability to one side. At least in my world, those are, as lawyers would say, a conditio sine qua non. It's an inevitable prerequisite for any business or industry to survive and thrive, to be competitive and sustainable. So, looking at uniqueness and high value for a second. And I would go back to perhaps also reminding ourselves that the World Economic Forum, our vision or our credo is to improve the state of the world. Now that's a very broad and ambitious statement, but in practical terms, what that means is that at the forum we're always looking for sort of what's the point on the horizon? Where do we want a particular discussion to end up? Where do we want industries to develop or evolve into? So we're looking at systemic challenges and opportunities and changes, transformative changes. We're looking for solutions that are not punctual but scalable. We're looking not for short-term fixes, but we're looking for long-term solutions. So, in other words, we don't see ourselves as firefighters, we see ourselves as architects. And I think that very much applies to sort of the transition that we at the World Economic Forum are also looking for to develop and transform the tourism sector as well. So what we are envisioning is a future for tourism where high-value travel and tourism becomes not just a selling point, but becomes the norm. We are looking for high-value and quality travel and tourism as a contributor to a more more prosperous and inclusive world. Quality tourism should become a universally applicable concept that can be implemented in all sorts of diverse destinations around the world. And I think we, at least from what I'm seeing and hearing, is that we all seem to be in broad agreement on what we want, where we want the world to sort of the direction that we would like to see the world go into, and especially the direction that we want to see the tourism industry evolve into. So we do agree on what we want, even though we may use slightly different concepts and sort of try to put them together in slightly different ways. So we do agree on what we want. Now the next question is, how do we get there? And that is of course always the strategic angle. How do we get from A to B? We know where we are, which is sort of situation A. We know where we want to end up, situation B. Now, how do we get from A to B? How do we get from A to B? So I've already heard a number of elements being mentioned, so I would just quickly sort of run through a number of the areas that would start, in our view, to address the how question. And I believe much of it starts with setting and maintaining high standards. And there are some open doors here, but open doors are there for a reason. The industry standards, very much sort of the foundation of sort of high performance industries and companies and sectors. So the establishment and also the enforcement of industry-wide standards for accommodation, transportation, different kinds of attraction and services, in our view, are absolutely crucial. Standards, and we could sort of say the same thing for certification programs and sort of quality assurance programs as well. As already mentioned, investing in human capital, number 2. Training and development to make sure that we have the right staff or the right skills for the people working within the industry, to provide comprehensive training and also development programs for tourism professionals to enhance their skills and their knowledge. I think employee satisfaction is something that is maybe taken for granted, not always explicitly mentioned, but to ensure that employees are actually satisfied with the job they're doing, they're motivated to provide high quality service is incredibly important. Number 3, enhancing infrastructure. I guess one of those open doors that I mentioned, obviously the modernization and investment in modern infrastructure is absolutely key. And as was already mentioned by Deputy Secretary General Singh earlier, the issue of accessibility. So to ensure that tourism facilities and services are accessible to all, including people with disabilities. Number 4, I would say the promotion of authenticity and cultural preservation. And one element I would like to highlight there is that of ethical tourism, not to add yet another concept to sort of our vocabulary there, but ethical tourism, very much the promotion of that kind of sort of ethical tourism practices that do respect local customs and traditions. I think that was a sentiment that also came out yesterday in sort of with respect to the situation in Bali as it has developed sort of in recent years. I think that deserves our particular attention. Number 5, leveraging technologies, and there I would highlight the use of data analytics to better understand traveler preferences, and also the ability to tailor services accordingly in line with traveler preferences. As the saying goes, you can't manage what you don't measure. So in order to do that, we need that data. We need the sort of analytics behind that. And of course, not only ChatGPT, but other sort of new digital technologies, AI, can provide us with additional capabilities there, going from sort of conventional analytics to predictive analytics, and perhaps in some areas even prescriptive analytics as well. And we need reliable and robust data for that. Then there is marketing and branding, has also been mentioned. Destination branding, making sure we have strong destination brands. Yesterday there was a question about the situation in Bengkulu, if I recall correctly. The issue of marketing and the importance of marketing and branding came up there as well. So really destination brands that are able to convey that sort of the unique qualities and attributes of each destination, very, very important contributor to developing quality tourism and high value tourism. And last but not least, addressing challenges and risks. So having appropriate risk management programs and processes in place, which goes to the issue of building resilience, as you already mentioned, Liz, earlier as well. The development of effective risk management plans to address potential challenges, increase that resilience for destinations in response to natural disasters, economic downturns, and other types of security threats, also incredibly important as well. So in short, I think these kind of strategies, trying to answer the how question, how do we get from A to B, I think we can, destinations can enhance their competitiveness, start to attract more high quality travelers, and overall contribute to a more sustainable and inclusive economic growth for Indonesia and also the wider Asian region as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hardiman. Please give a round of applause. And those were the strategies, which include setting and managing high standards, investing once again human capital, and also enhancing infrastructure to cultural preservation, ethical tourism, and then using technology, data analytics to enhance the experience of the customers or the travelers, and of course, marketing and branding and appropriate risk management. And this is all in all, of course, to transform the travel and tourism, not just becoming, you know, one of the, as you mentioned before, the fire, but also the architect, the foundation, so it becomes the norm and contribute to not only a more ethical tourism, but a more prosperous world in the long run. And now we want to know more from the industry's perspective on implementing these strategies and going there, or getting from here to there, the how. We have with us Ibu Maya, who will be elaborating more on how the industry is committed to implementing quality tourism. So without further ado, Ibu Maya, I pass the microphone to you. Silakan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Selamat pagi. It's a very privilege to be here this morning in the first ever international conference in Meru, which is, of course, my privilege also because this is one of our assets. And it's one of InJourney asset. Please allow me to introduce myself and InJourney. My name is Maya Watono. I'm the Chief Marketing Officer and CCO of InJourney. And we are within the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise. We're a holding company that manages aviation and tourism. So all the assets of aviation and tourism within the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise, we manage under the strategic holding of InJourney. So before I start on what we're about and how we can contribute to quality tourism, I have a short video about InJourney and about what we've done so far to get there, and also on the quality tourism that we've done.
Indonesia, a land of natural beauty and cultural diversity. Emerging from the challenges of the pandemic, we discover new and tremendous potentials waiting to be explored. Tourism has become a significant driver for Indonesia's economic growth. endless innovations are being born to accelerate the recovery of Indonesia's tourism industry. The Ministry of State-Owned Enterprises has initiated a breakthrough by synergizing all state-owned enterprises in tourism through the Indonesia Journey, or InJourney. We are building a new tourism ecosystem, integrating all our assets from airport and cargo services, tourist destination development, heritage and attraction management, hotels, retail management, to international events and our creative industries. We work together in synergy to elevate Indonesia's world-class destinations and bring Indonesia's hospitality to the world. On the horizon, the finest international medical facilities are being prepared in a newly designated Health and Wellness Special Economic Zone in Sanur, where you will be cared for, protected, and treasured. InJourney has become the locomotive of Indonesia's economic revival, accelerating the development of 5 new priority tourist destinations, elevating Indonesia's tourism and creating immense economic impact for the nation. This is the power of synergy. This is the beauty of Indonesia.
Thank you. I hope that gives a bit of an idea of InJourney, and actually it's a very special for me to present here because as we saw that we actually built the Special Economic Zone 2 years ago. I think Pa Odo, our commissioner, was also there for the groundbreaking 2 years ago. And the Bali Beach Hotel that some of us stayed is actually a heritage hotel built in 1960s. By our first president, our founding father, Sukarno. And it's gone through a fire, it's gone through so many, but we've revamped it, we've revitalized it to one of the hopefully iconic heritage hotel in Indonesia. And also this special economic zone, we will have hospitals, center of excellence, clinics. We will have this convention center. This convention center was built with every material is from all over Indonesia. Our designers are from Indonesia, our architects from Indonesia. This particular ceiling that you see, these are built by over 300 artists from 40 villages in Indonesia. So it's every craftsmanship in this building is done with the heart and through the craftsmanship of Indonesia. And I think that's essentially, when we're talking about quality of tourism, I think that's really about the economic impact, the sustainability, the green initiative, and involving the people to build, to drive the economy. So I think when we were inaugurated in 13th January 2022, at the time by the president in Mandalika, and it was built as tourism as the backbone of Indonesia's future economic growth. So at the time, there has not been a holding company that manages all of our assets in Indonesia, from aviation, hospitality, all the way to retail. And InJourney was built right after the pandemic in 2022, and it was to realize and maximize the tourism industry potential. And of course, the key drivers, the key parameters of the search of economy, we would like our GDP contribution to increase up significantly in 2029, our job creation increase hopefully by 25%, at least 30 million employment, our global air traffic market rise from number 7 to number 4. Our TTDI, I think as you mentioned, has increased the last year or so to 22. Our domestic tourism also with our quite aggressive target, as well as international tourism, expecting not just volume, but also length of stay, as well as average spending per pax to create economic impact on also sustainability on green initiatives. So under InJourney, we have 6 clusters. It's a strategic holding as well as a tourism orchestrator. So under us, we have InJourney airports. We manage 36 airports all over Indonesia that we're currently consolidating and strategically creating hub and spoke for international and domestic all across Indonesia. Secondly, we have InJourney Aviation Service. This is also, we newly conception at the end of last year, whereby we consolidate all of our aviation service under one legal entity to cater every part of aviation and airports. So ground handling, hospitality, lounges, catering, all the way to facilities and support. The third cluster is InJourney Destination Management. We manage a lot of our heritage assets in Indonesia, one of them being Borobudur as the largest Buddhist temple in the world. We have Prambanan and also the newly revitalized Taman Mini. This is to preserve our culture and our heritage within the destination management. Our fourth cluster is InJourney Tourism Development Corporation. The KPI for ITDC is to develop new destinations. So we have at the moment Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, and Nusa Dua here also we manage the whole of Nusa Dua, and Sanur also under the InJourney Hospitality. For InJourney Hospitality, we manage, at the moment we manage 37 hotels all over Indonesia that belongs to the state. Actually, the state-owned enterprise, we have 120 hotels in prime locations all over Indonesia, but unfortunately, prior to this, it has never been consolidated under one operatorship. So in stages, we are consolidating the hotels in Indonesia in all the prime locations, a lot of them being heritage hotels, such as this one. We have another heritage hotel that we're revamping in Yogyakarta, in Malioboro, right smack bang in Malioboro. In Parapat, we're also revamping, so there's a few projects to revamp our heritage hotel within the InJourney Hospitality. And the sixth cluster is InJourney Retail, which is Sarinah. If you're familiar with Sarinah, it's actually our arm of InJourney Retail, and the idea is to elevate our SMEs and craftsmanships, our products, to the world. And so we are building Sarinah not just at the mega store in Tamrin now, we are trying to expand all over Indonesia, but then eventually to abroad as well. And the last, actually our end game, the last cluster that will come into our ecosystem by the end of this year is airlines. So Garuda, Pelita, and Citylink will come under our ecosystem, and hence the ecosystem will be completely integrated from hulu ke hilir, if we say in Indonesia, is from fully integrated ecosystem. And it's from airport, airlines as an anchor, aviation, destination, tourism development, as well as hospitality. So this is the first time this synergy has ever happened. That was conceived in 2022 by the president as well as our minister. And it has been a very, it's a concerted effort, a collaborative effort from every ministry, every stakeholders, as well as private sectors in order to realize some of our visions. In terms of quality tourism, so we have 6 strategic key initiatives as a quality tourism master plan. So one of them is destination development. So I think the importance of destination development has been highlighted previously, but it is about creating economic impact and developing destination in each of the 5 priority destinations that's been set by the government. So currently we have Bali, but we have another 5 priority destinations that has been set by the government, and our role is to help on the destination development. Secondly is on connectivity. We're working very hard with Kemenkomarves, with Pak Odo, to improve the national air connectivity as well as global air connectivity in Indonesia. Indonesia is quite a challenging country in terms of geographically, because we have 18,000 islands, 280 million population. So in order to travel from islands to islands, it's very challenging. That's why we have 36 airports, and we need to manage which goes international, which goes to domestic. We're creating hub and spoke model for all the connectivity, as well as when airlines come through to our ecosystem, then we can manage airlines as well in terms of the route for each of the airlines, and which caters international, which cater domestic. So that is our aim. Attraction and programs, I will be talking a little bit about some international events that we've done in order to generate traffic as well as drive economic impact. And infrastructure. Infrastructure is very crucial for tourism. And this, we work very closely with Kemenkomarves and with PUPR, one of our ministry, to ensure that the infrastructures to the tourist destination is developed, because I think no matter how beautiful a place is, if you can't get there in terms of connectivity or in terms of road transport or port, you will never, you will never get there. So that's what we're working very, very closely as well in terms of infrastructure and amenities. Next is a tourism fund that we're also working on as a source of fund through IQTF to manage the events that we will generate traffic. And the six strategic initiatives is people and hospitality. As the challenge for us, creating 5 new destinations with so many different cultures and background, we need to have a lot of hospitality training, and we work closely with Kemenkomarves in order to improve the hospitality in all the 5 priority destinations. So in terms of destination development, we have the 5 that is set by the government, which is Borobudur, Mandalika, Danau Toba, Labuan Bajo, and Likupang. And the special economic zone in Sanur also I put here because this is a new type of wellness tourism that we are developing, which will elevate, I think, Bali as a destination. So in terms of each destination, we have different positioning, targeting, and segmentation. So we have Borobudur, who is more heritage, spiritual, arts, culture, and then we have Mandalika, which we have the beautiful circuit that we host MotoGP and all other race, and very close to automotive as a sportstainment. So at the moment we have, out of 365 days, the circuit is filled now, 250 days. 250 days out of 365 days, the circuit is filled. So it's starting to get traction in Mandalika, and the positioning as a sportstainment destination has starting to develop. Now, Danau Toba, we've held a few big international, global level water sports events that has gained traction all over the world. So, because it's a lake, and it's actually the largest volcanic lake in the world, Danau Toba. And so we built a positioning of water sports and nature, and this will become the home of international sports. And you can see the economic year-on growth we put there is 5.04% in Toba, Mandalika 4.75%, and Borobudur 5%. Then Labuan Bajo, we have also a few efforts within, especially last year with the Asian Summit being held in Labuan Bajo. So we have the promenade, the water city, we have Golomori, and we can see also the year-on-year growth in Labuan Bajo. Likupang, we are still working on some infrastructure as well as events. We have some notable events, and also the economic growth is around 5% for Likupang. And for special economic zone in Sanur, which is where we are now, we are currently building the hospital, which should be ready at the beginning of next year, which is an international hospital focusing on oncology, cardiology, neurology, and then we have special clinics from all over the world. So it's international clinics. We will have stem cell from Germany as well as Japan. We will have aesthetic from Korea. We will have fertility clinic. So we have many clinics from all over the world that will come, and we will hopefully finish all the development by next year, along with these 2 hotels that are heritage hotels and the convention center that will cater a lot of world-class convention within Sanur. So in terms of the second parameters, the second initiative is improving, transforming national and global air connectivity. I think, as I mentioned, Indonesia, the challenge being such a diverse nation with 18,000 islands and so 270 million population, to develop national air and global connectivity is quite a tough challenge, and it requires quite a lot of initiatives. So we're currently developing a blueprint on Indonesian air connectivity, also setting clear strategies and strong collaborations between actually our national air carriers as well as private sectors, as well as actually airlines from abroad. We need to increase our seat capacity for inbound, as well as we're doing a few pilot projects, one of them Borobudur, which I will share a little bit later. In terms of driving traffic through creating attractions and notable international events. So we've started doing this the last couple of years. We see one of our most notable event would be the MotoGP that is held in Mandalika. It will be held next month on the 27th to the 29th of September. It's our third MotoGP, and one event generates up to sustainable economic impact of 4.5 trillion. So 4.5 trillion rupiah is generated from MotoGP as well as the development of the Mandalika. So, another example that two events that we do in Lake Toba, which is the F1 powerboat, it's a global championship as well as aquabike jet ski world championship. This generates about 1.7 trillion of economic impact to the area, to the people. So every events that we measure, it has to be an international event that can generate certain KPI, one of them being key economic impact, traffic also, as well as nation branding for us. And as a whole, we have, in Journey, we have, out of 365 days, we actually have 540 programs all over all our assets. As I mentioned, the circuit itself in Mandalika, we have 250 programs in the circuit a year, and then we have programs in Borobudur, in Prambanan, Taman Mini, Mandalika, Nusa Dua. So we have, out of all our assets, we have 540 programs a year that we manage. In terms of infrastructure, we are working on the airports at the moment. I'm not sure if you arrived, we're doing quite a lot of work actually at the airport at the moment. A lot of beautification work in the international arrival in Bali as well as in Soekarno-Hatta in Jakarta. And maximizing the consumer flow in our airports. We're also consolidating our two major airport companies into one, and managing the 36 airports and making a full blueprint on how the airports will be managed in the future.
Bu Maya, the time is up.
Oh, okay. All right, I think I will go to the last, this is actually my last slide before I speak a little bit about Borobudur. So last one is hospitality training that we collaborate very closely with the Ministry of Tourism in terms of doing a lot of hospitality training to different parts of Indonesia, especially in our priority destination. Now, just a quick example of the integrated tourism ecosystem that we built. This is a case study for Borobudur, whereby we're trying to build Borobudur, positioning as a spiritual destination. In terms of building Borobudur as a spiritual destination, we're expecting an influx of inbound tourists by 2 million, because as the largest Buddhist temple in the world, we actually have 500 million Buddhists all over the world who would like to visit Borobudur, but we have to fix the connectivity, the infrastructure, and all the things that I've mentioned earlier in order to increase the number of visitors that come. Okay, I think that's all for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Maya. Please once again give her an applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived to the question and answer session. Once again, we'd like to invite each and every one of you to please raise a hand. Oh yes, we have a couple of questions we'd like to be addressed to the microphone to please be passed on to the participants. There's 1, 2, 3, and there's one on the table at the front left side as well. And remember to please do state your name, your institution, and to whom the question is addressed to, ladies and gentlemen. And once again, as mentioned by Ibu Maya, that it is very important to collaborate and to create a holistic approach, especially for industries to come together in creating a sustainable and also high quality tourism. Have you received the microphone? Sekali lagi, boleh. Oh, okay, we will start from the front table first. Please do state your name.
Thank you, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you for the opportunity, moderator and all the speakers. My name is Nova. I came from Bengkulu province. Actually, I am from the local government, from Bapeda Provinsi Bengkulu. In Bengkulu, we have a destination not so far from the city. We call it Pantai Panjang Bengkulu. It's about a beach for 7 kilometers. If we identify the visitor, most of them are coming from province in neighbor and another province from Java and many others. And this destination potential to promote. Pantai Panjang Beach in Bengkulu actually developed with community-based tourism because we believe that this concept can empowering the public to be aware with tourism exists and to invite them to have some, to get the tourism and have some advantages from economic side. But the reality, the people in Bengkulu sometimes has the different culture with the people in West Java or Bali. For example, it's still trying hard to give the good services, and how they're serving the destinations, it seems like still out of the expectation. So according to that condition, I think the public partnership and green infrastructure like Mrs. Leah altogether present, I think this is the suitable choice for our tourism system, especially in Pantai Panjang. So the question is, how we can start, and maybe the speaker can giving us some insight like a best practice to develop the destination with public partnership and green infrastructure, especially in Pantai Panjang Bengkulu. That's the question. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please give an applause to Noval from Bengkulu. And well, we can just jump into the answer on how we can start to develop the partnership, especially in Bengkulu Beach.
Well, first of all, I'm happy to hear that you're developing community-based tourism, because certainly all destinations should be doing that. Even in the big cities, these hotels cannot be an island. You know, they need to find ways to create authentic local experiences. And how can you get started? I would say that the important thing is to, when you design these experiences, there needs to be some creative insight in terms of how do you deliver authenticity, because I've seen it in cases in different countries where they kind of take it but then make it a little bit too Disney-like or too artificial. You know, there needs to be some authenticity to it, but there also needs to be some professionalism and, you know, address certain concerns like safety, clarity, you know, being able to explain your culture and the practices, you know, to an international audience. You know, I think the first step certainly would be in terms of attracting Indonesian travelers there. You know, I know, for example, in India, there's a huge surge in the industry, and it's Indians discovering their own country. So maybe the first step would be, you know, how do you relate that tourism experience to domestic tourists? That's the first step. And then you also need to take kind of another level approach for the international tourists. And so I think service standards, there are many, many best practices out there. I would say that I think we have more information out, you know, online and available. Look for best practices that come from perhaps other examples. You know, yesterday I gave one example of how, you know, in Portugal, they celebrate the shops that have cultural importance. You know, so that's like a public-private, the government working with the shop owners and the local businesses to highlight, you know, what is important, what is special in their industry. And so I would say that. I think there are, you know, it's kind of a stepwise approach, but certainly community-based tourism is going to grow. And I think it's a matter of designing the product correctly.
Design the product correctly. Hopefully it has answered your question. Noval, once again, please give her applause. Thank you for the first question proposed in the session. And there's already another participant. Please do, once again, state your name and to whom the question is addressed to.
Yes, satu. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the beginning of my statement or my question, I would like to say thanks to all of the speakers also, and also to the moderator and for all of the participants. And then, before starting about my question, allow me to introduce about myself to you all. My name is Talim, T-A-L-I-M, and then I have a team, I have a group, because I'm from tourism destination, especially in Lombok Island, NTB province, West Nusa Tenggara. Yeah, and yesterday, I have a talk with Miss Liz Ortiguera from Philippines, when a break time, and then I just take a little talk with her. It is about my experience. I have bad experience with my community, especially in my place or my tourism destination. Based on the purpose or goal of this event is about how to give awareness to the importance of implementation of quality of tourism itself. And then the output that we will get it here, that expected to, we will find strategy quality of a tourism itself. And then before my question, I would like to share and then talk about my tourism destination first. Yeah, Lombok Island is one of the small island, especially in Indonesia. But not only Bali is paradise island, but also Lombok is also the paradise of island, especially in Indonesia. And then if you come to Lombok, you will find some tribe that we call Sasambo. You know, there are 3 tribes, especially in Lombok. I mean, in West Nusa Tenggara, Sasak tribe, and then Sumbawa tribe, and the Boce tribe, and especially I'm is the original tribe from Lombok. And
please give her an applause. And please, can you go straight to your question, sir?
Okay.
Due to the limited amount of time. Once again, please give her an applause for Lombok and for the wonderful richness of Lombok as well.
Thank you. But actually, really, I would like to tell about my experience how to create about tourism object, because it is about the small tourism object that I create in my place here. And then I got some problem. One of the biggest problem that I found is about my community or society, especially for the tourism, how to develop it. For example, like a Sasak community in my place is really difficult to talk about the rubbish. It is the biggest problem, is rubbish. Yeah, with the good strategies, maybe all of the speakers would get you to give me some strategy how to break down the mindset of the people over there, especially in my place. Yeah, because the biggest problem is how to give awareness to them. It is the first. And my second question is, yeah, because as we know that there are some tourism, big tourism, especially in Indonesia, but for us, especially for the small tourism, it's really difficult to get link and match, maybe to be hike. And then my question is, it's possible for me, it's possible for us to get directly access to go international maybe, or maybe to get access to the journey maybe directly, because it's really difficult for me. That's I think that I felt. And then my third is about my expectation, especially for the sub-manager of journey. Yeah, not only like a super priority that we have to be focused, but also like a small destination, I think is need to intention too. Yeah, it is about my question and my hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give an applause for Tamim. And now we will start with how to break down the strategy and also implement it and also change the mindset of the people and also the expectations going forward. Who would like to start? Probably since Ms. Ortiguera, you're already holding the microphone, you can start.
I just wanted to clarify the first challenge.
Yes, it was around implementing the strategies of and also the mindset and also increasing their awareness that we need to implement quality tourism. For example, putting the rubbish and also recycling the items. Yes, since rubbish is a very big problem in his hometown in Lombok.
Okay, with regard to the rubbish issue, and I do see this all over Asia, I'm going to hold up another best practice. Rwanda was the cleanest city I've seen. And I lived, in the last 20 years, I've lived in Japan, in Tokyo, and in Singapore, which are considered very clean cities. And the way they do it is very interesting. They actually have, once a month, a community cleanup day where all the citizens will take one Saturday and they clean. And you will see, I searched, I looked around when we toured, I tried to find rubbish, I couldn't see it. They've also banned plastic. They have a high proportion of women in government and in business, and they have an innovation culture. So there are many lessons, I think that with respect to the condition of your community, of course, that's important for the residents, it's important in order to welcome tourism and make sure it's very robust. But you have to also, maybe one lesson is to create that mindset. This is your home, this is your place, don't drop your rubbish. And I do, unfortunately, I'm very sad to say that, that's something we need to train in many parts of Asia.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Artagura. And next, Mr. Hardiman, especially on going forward, the direction, how to implement the strategies, and especially changing the mindset, also the habits, so it can implement it at the local level and to create a holistic quality tourism.
Yes, thank you. Maybe first of all to pick up on the example that you gave, Liz, from Rwanda, which is indeed a very interesting and fascinating case study. Those sort of community cleanup days or Saturdays seem to be indeed working very well. It sort of creates community cohesion. It sort of mobilizes the community behind those common efforts. And specifically in Rwanda, what I learned when I was there last year is that actually the president himself, President Kagame, participates in these sort of cleanup exercises as well, which means a lot to the local population. I'm in all honesty not sure how much I can contribute to the conversation in terms of implementation of projects on the ground, which is not something that the forum typically engages in. I would just wish to underline, I think, the importance of awareness campaigns and education in this regard.
Awareness and education to all the people, all until the local level. And yes, we will continue to the next answer, which will be from Ibu Maya, because it was specifically addressed to In Journey. So Ibu Maya, can you briefly give an answer and also explanation on the expectation?
Bapak siapa namanya, Pak? Dari daerah Lombok ya?
Bapak Tamim.
Bapak?
Tamim.
Tamim.
Betul
dari
ya, Pak, ya?
Dari daerah.
Saya Lombok Tengah, Bu.
Oh, oke. Oh, Lombok
Desa
Tengah.
Rembitan, Ibu.
Oke, ya, siap, Pak. Ya, mungkin saya, so I will explain a little bit about, because I think I had the framework of the 6 initiatives that is done by the government in each of the destination. So each of the destination, as we saw, we have to look at infrastructure, we have to look at connectivity, we have to look at amenities, hotels, we have to look at hospitality, teaching hospitality, as well as attraction events. So I think of course, we have the 5 priority destinations that's been set by the government as part of the long-term initiatives by the government, and the government invests quite a lot of funds actually on those 6 initiatives in order to drive tourism. So all up, we have a 23 trillion investment on all the 5 destinations. But my suggestion is that please speak to us, because we are open if you are willing to propose some initiatives. We are also working at the moment for our CSR for instance, in Mentawai. Yeah. So that's actually not part of the priority destinations, but we're doing our CSR in Mentawai, near Padang, so that we can also do, but it will be slightly different to what we do in some of the priority destinations, but we can look at some TGSL, CSR portion in some of the areas that needs a specific address. So we're happy to look at that.
Okay, thank you, Bu Maya. And ladies and gentlemen, can I have you to give a warmest welcome to Bapak Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, Republic of Indonesia. Good morning and a very warm welcome, Pak Menteri, Pak Sandi. Good morning, Pak Sandi. Once again, give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And now to wrap things up, to Ms. Artuguera and also Mr. Hardiman and also Bu Maya. Probably you can give a closing statement, a very brief one, probably a sentence to wrap our session from Ibu Maya.
Yes, so I think, it's been a very productive session, I believe, and I think from my part, obviously, because of representing Indonesia in terms of how we can push forward in terms of quality tourism, and I believe it's a concerted effort. It has to be a concerted, collaborative effort from every ministry. Pak Sandi, we collaborate very much between Injourney and Ministry of Tourism, of course Kemenkomarves, Kementerian PUPR, and so many other ministry, Kementerian Perhubungan juga, in order to have a collaborative effort to push the tourism forward. I think because without the concerted effort and the focus on all the key activities that we have to do, it cannot be, the tangible actions will not be implemented. So we have to, of course, look at the policy, but also the tangible action plans in each of the destinations.
All right, thank you, Bu Maya. And next, Mr. Hardiman.
Yes, I would start by echoing those messages as well, underlining specifically the need for collaboration, multi-stakeholder involvement in developing travel and tourism. I believe both the fascination as well as the challenge for much of tourism development is that we really need to look at sort of individual destinations. There are no sort of blanket approaches or silver bullet solutions that sort of address each and every sort of situation. So I think targeted strategies for individual destinations, looking at their specific situations, whether it's in terms of population, geography, economic situation, the involvement of local communities. I think that needs to be a tailored individual approach while involving all the various stakeholders that need to contribute to that solution.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardiman. And Ms. Artuguera, to close things off.
I would say that I shared over yesterday's session and today, I shared a number of best practices and a number of training resources for you to embark on that sustainability and responsible quality travel journey. My message to you, Bali is much loved and there's a lot of people that have been there. Broader Indonesia has so much to offer, and I think the travel trends are going to support that. People are looking for authenticity, wellness, spirituality, beautiful nature. And so what I'm excited about is that we're having this conversation today, relatively early in the journey for Indonesia in travel development. And what we want to preserve is the true Indonesia. We want to preserve that so that people can appreciate it. Yeah. So that you can all continue to be proud and see your culture healthy and thriving. You know, I showed you my picture of what I saw with Bali 25 years ago, and that's what I still see. It's a bit harder to find now, but I can still see it because I know what true Bali culture is. So, you know, here's to the future of Indonesia travel and, you know, the people that would appreciate it. You're what the world needs to feel and experience, so thank you.
What the world needs to feel and experience. Once again, please give a round of applause and thank you to all the speakers of the 4th plenary session, Bringing Quality Tourism Globally. Thank you, Ms. Artuguera, Mr. Hardiman, and Ibu Maya. Please give a round of applause and you may now return to your seats.
All right, so before we turn back to your seat, please have a photo session, all of the panelists along with the moderator, to officially close the 4th session during the 1st International Quality Tourism Conference. Please. In 3, 2, 1. Let's give another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to session. Thank you so much. Now for the video, who's waving and smiling. Thank you. And to our moderator, Ms. Sarawi, please remain on the stage as the journey will continue after this to the fifth session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was session number 4. Now, before we continue to the next session, I would like to present you one thing. Of course, we are gathered here during the first International Quality Tourism Conference, which is initiated by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, Central Bank of Indonesia, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. This event is powered by Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan LPS and supported by Mastercard, Pertamina, Telkom Indonesia, BCA, BRI, and Traveloka. Let's give a round of applause to our generous sponsors for the first International Quality Tourism Conference. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue to the fifth session. I would like to start it by saying a pantun in English, of course, right? So in order to make everyone understand as well. Having a massage to have a relaxed mood. Checker. Just like a shiatsu. Policy benchmark is good. That's why we have Pak Sandi that will do. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the fifth session that will discuss about benchmark on the quality tourism strategy. And please welcome back on the stage our moderator for this session. This is Ms. Sarawin.
Once again, thank you, Dian. Please give a round of applause for the wonderful pantun earlier. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned, we will enter our fifth session this morning, which is Policy Benchmark on the Quality Tourism Strategy. And as we all have been discussing for the past 2 days, this session will further focus on the critical role and also the strategic policies in elevating quality tourism. We will have insights and also the share of the best practices from experts leading the efforts in Indonesia and also globally. And we hope that from this session, ladies and gentlemen, each of us can together explore and also benchmark the effective policy frameworks and also the industry's practices, which contributes to quality tourism and also towards the industry. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I will once again introduce to you, before I call them up on the stage, the speakers and also the panelists for this session. Our first speaker and also panelist for this session is His Excellency Mr. Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Sandiaga Uno is the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy for Indonesia, where he focuses on enhancing the nation's tourism sector through strategic policies and also innovation. With a background in business and entrepreneurship, he has been instrumental in promoting sustainable tourism and boosting Indonesia's global tourism profile. Minister Sandi is known for his commitment to drive economic growth and creative industry development in Indonesia. And for our second panelist is Haryadi B. Sukamdani, the Chairman of Perhimpunan Hotel dan Restoran Indonesia. Haryadi Sukamdani is a prominent figure in Indonesia's tourism and hospitality sector, currently serving as chairman of the Confederation of Indonesia's Tourism Association and the Indonesian Hotel and Restaurant Association. He holds multiple leadership roles, including President Director of PT Hotel Sahijaya International Tbk and President Commissioner of PT Maharaksa Biru Energy Tbk. And our third panelist for our fifth session is Randy Durbin, Mr. Randy Durbin, Global Sustainable Tourism Council. Randy Durbin is the Chief Executive Officer of the Global Sustainable Tourism Council with over 20 years of senior leadership experience in travel and tourism. His career includes roles as President of Travcoa, Intrav, and Clipper Cruise Lines, as well as Executive Vice President at Tauk World Discovery. Transitioning to a focus on sustainable tourism, Randy now uses his extensive industry knowledge and global network to advance sustainability practices through the GSTC. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming all the panelists up onto the stage for our fifth session. Please give a round of applause. Once again, and please do make yourself comfortable. And as you can see here, you have a clicker, so you can use the clicker. You can move freely for your presentation. There's a podium as well, gentlemen, so be comfortable in presenting, also sharing your insights and ideas. And once again, for those of you who are in the room, you may propose a question during the question and answer session at the very end of the session. So we will now begin our fifth session this afternoon, and we will pass on the microphone to Minister Sandiaga Uno, Pak Sandi, who will present his keynote presentation on enhancing Indonesia's tourism quality through strategic policies. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Bapak Sandiaga Uno. Silakan, Bapak.
Thank you, Sarah, for that kind introductions, and good morning, everyone. Om Swastiastu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, namo buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Rahayu untuk Indonesia maju. Thank you for having me on this panel on policy benchmark and the quality tourism strategy. We were in Thailand with Ibu Desi, and we met with representative on WEF, the World Economic Forum, on the Summer Davos, as well as the chairman, and we were discussing on how we could bring the increase in the Travel and Tourism Development Index for Indonesia into the mainstream discussions, because we jumped 10 points from ranking 32 to 22 this year at the index, and that's because our focus on quality tourism. So 2 months later, thank you very much, and please give a big hands for everybody. And thank you LPS, thank you Bank Indonesia, thank you Kemenkomarves for making this happen. I'm very, very happy to be sitting with Randy and Pak Haryadi, two of the most knowledgeable persons on sustainable tourism, and also their representative from WTTC, Liz, Professor Azriel. Also, there's Matthew from MasterCard, and hopefully we will have a discussions later on with Mr. Andreas Hardeman. The TTDI discussions is actually centered on shifting quantity to quality tourism. This is something that we saw very vividly during the post-pandemic era, moving into a personalized, localized, customized, and smaller in size. Also, the rise of in-journey, because the tourism and creative economy sectors need a counterpart in the private sectors, and in-journey, together with Minister of South State-owned enterprise, a very good friend of mine, Pak Eric, recognized the need to build this new ecosystem of tourism. Then we created a counterpart to provide a shift from the quantity tourism that mainly focus on large numbers of tourists to quality tourism, which focus on the experience, which is personalized, sustainable practices, cultural immersions, and the well-being for both tourists and local communities. And we have few pillars that we're focusing on, which is wellness tourism, business and leisure, and combining with travel and off-grid travel. This is something which led to World Economic Forum's recognizing the shift and gave us a whopping 10 ranking increase in the latest index. This hotel, this auditorium is a good example of how the government is moving into this quality tourism even with a higher pace. You are sitting or standing or sleeping in special economic zones. I'm sure Ibu Maya already explained that. This 44 hectares is almost like a country within a country, whereby you could have expedited license, you could have also expedited permits to start an ecosystem on health tourism. And the hotel is a cornerstone of it. So I was asked by Ibu Maya, am I staying here in this hotel? I said, I cannot stay in this hotel. It's fully booked. And she said, oh, I can arrange for you. I said, no, you cannot arrange for me because there is no ordal here. Ordal means orang dalam. Or Sarah can explain it later. Somebody could fix things here. Unfortunately, they probably can fix 1 or 2 rooms, but I travel with like few compatriots, and my father is here also for the first time in 20 years looking at Sanur. So I had to stay about 3 kilometers further south. So this great locations is focusing on sustainable tourism. And a great example would be the Meru Sanur. The sustainable tourism, which started with just certifications on cleanliness, health, safety, and environmental sustainability, is now moving into 5 super priority destinations and including sustainable management, sustainable socio-economic practices, sustainable environment, and sustainable culture. We're also having a new product that is suddenly emerging, which is Tourism Village. And UN Tourism have awarded Indonesia with 2 best tourism villages, one not too far from here, Penglipuran in northern part of Bali. And this is known for not just the culture, but also recognized as the cleanest tourism village that won the award last year. The key initiative that we want to share, and then to be followed by discussion, is the Sustainable Tourism WISE trip. What does WISE stand for? It stands for Wonderful Indonesia Sustainable Experience. And this is, we are collaborating with 10 travel companies, about 25 curated travel packages, which integrate carbon calculations. So, Pak Randy, you're flying in from Seoul. Last night, I calculated that you have to offset your carbon footprint by planting around 62 mangrove trees. Now, you can do it yourself. There is a mangrove plantation south of here, but it will take half a day probably, or you could elect some of us from the Indonesia travel ecosystem to plant for you for a cost that is already stipulated in our carbon calculator. So this is very popular with the younger generations, with Gen Z and the millennials, with travel packages that always allow you to pick between planting mangrove to restoring coral formations or planting a mineral trees. And we always combine it also with low carbon travel options. And I think this is something within the context of blue, green, circular economy. Food loss and food waste is really a big thing also. That's why we're watching the food in front of you. You guys have to finish it. Unless you have 2 plates in front of you. Because food loss and food waste contribute around 35% to the 8% carbon emissions that our tourism industry contribute to the carbon emission globally. This is something that we believe by transforming into sustainable and quality tourism could be achieved by several initiatives, such as skilled human resources, product and service diversifications, to environmental sustainability marketing development. We believe when we focus on these pillars, we'll be able to achieve a net zero strategy by the 2050 deadline as we sign the Glasgow Declarations. Finally, before I close and move to another speaker, we would like to also shift our marketing strategy, because in the past we attend summits, we attend ITB Berlin, WTM London, we attend ATM Dubai to invite the most number of tourists here. This year, Indonesia probably land at 13 million tourists, but the impact is a much more positive impact because it is not equal to the 16 million pre-pandemic number, but in terms of the length of stay and the spending in the local economies is actually higher than the pre-pandemic number. Indonesia is able to achieve around $1,500 per, we call it the average revenue per arrival, ARPA, when you're familiar with the ARPU terminology in the telecommunications business. This is, we call it ARPA. And this is around 50% higher than the pre-pandemic number. And this is achieved through 3 focus on, I would call it 3S. In the past, Indonesia focused on sun, sea, and sand, the old 3S. This new 3S that we are focusing is serenity, spirituality, and sustainability. And this is really bodes well with our target market of Gen Z and millennials and silver economies. This is people with $1 trillion worth of spending, 60 years old and above, but they have more leisure time, they're more likely chance to revisit, seeking leisure, and remote worker. This is something that we believe we could tap in, or diverse visit, Gen Z, new gen of explorer, maybe closer their primary worth of geography from Australia, from India, or from China. A young adult family looking to have first experience in Indonesia, not just Bali, but the 5 super priority destinations of Lake Toba, Borobudur, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, and also Likupang. I believe, Andres, you're going to visit Labuan Bajo. Hopefully, it will be a memorable first visit and to be followed by more visits. And niche market, something that we believe will really move the needle. This is the luxury traveler and community. Last night, I hosted the first Hotel Management Asia Award events in Nusa Dua. After close to 20 years, they've never touched Indonesia. They're normally focused in Tokyo, Seoul, but this year, for the very first time, they picked Bali as the host, and this is the niche market that we would like to tap in. So with this, I close my presentations and looking forward to your questions. Terima kasih. I close with Paramasanti. Om Santi, Santi, Santi Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Pak Sandi, for your keynote presentation. And as you mentioned before, now the travelers are focusing, and Indonesia is also focusing on the 3S, including sustainability, especially how they have shifted in the trends. They are now looking for more personalized, localized, and also customized and smaller in size. And when you speak of sustainability and sustainable tourism, when speaking of quality tourism, one also is now looking for is regenerative tourism as well. And later on, we will press on the issue more. And as Basandi has mentioned, you may ask, and we are waiting for your questions and also responses. And next, we will continue to our next presentation, which will be quality tourism implementation in the hotel industry, which will be presented by Bapak Haryadi B. Sukamdani, the Chairman of Perhimpunan Hotel dan Restoran Indonesia. Kepada Bapak Haryadi, kami persilakan. Please welcome Bapak Haryadi onto the stage.
I'm sorry today I don't have a pantun in English.
I'll give you a pantun, Pak.
Okay.
2 years ago, we hosted the G20.
Cakep.
Last year, we held the ASEAN Summit.
Cakep.
Guys, let's stay strong and be healthy.
Cakep.
Together, quality tourism, we can do it.
Thank you for your pantun, Pak, because if no pantun, there is no Pak Sandi here. Bapak, Ibu, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Santi, Santi Om, Rahayu. It's very interesting, invited in this very trending topics. We are talking about the quality tourism, but I will talk in the perspective of industry players, of the hotel's perspective. If you are talking about maybe it's better.
Please, Pak.
So if we are talking about the quality tourism, I think there is an issue actually. Talking about the over tourism, about the demand over the capacity, talking about the exotic destination, it means a culture, location, nature, conservation, like Ibu Liz talking about Rwanda, and also the luxurious tourism product, like a casino, tourism estate, etc., and lack of the human resources to serve. The over-tourism, I think, if you are talking Indonesia, maybe Bali is one of the case about this issue. But actually, this issue just only in the south, not in the north, not in the middle. All the growth of the hotel business, all the entertainment is in the south, but not in the north. So if you go to the north, actually it's still more space to explore. So this is about the over tourism. And if you are talking the exotic destination, actually this is already in Indonesia. We also have about the culture. If you want to explore, like in Baduy, maybe Pak Sandi never go for their special event because they're a very, very a rare event, because this is very unique event that they have the celebration following like what you call, like looking the signal of the nature, something like that. So this is also rare. About the location, as you know, we in Indonesia, we have a lot of location that very specific, that everyone wants to go there. Like for example in Werabo, in Nusa Tenggara Timur, and also for the nature conservation, Pak Sandi just only mentioned about Labuan Bajo with the Komodo. We still have orang utan in Kalimantan, and also we have the elephant in Sumatra. So we have a lot of potential for that. Yeah, for the luxurious tourism product, also there is many also in Indonesia. Some is developed by the developer, and some developed by foreign company. Yeah. And the lack of the human resource to serve. This is one of, I think this is very interesting also, like in Japan. Japan now have a problem because the aging population, then they don't have enough hospitality resources to serve. That's why they are also looking for to escalate to the quality tourism. Yeah, and talking about the offer tourism, we are talking about supply and demand. So if you see here, sorry if it's too small, the data, but if you look this, Indonesia on the left side, you see that we have 29,000 hotels. This is a classified means star hotels and accommodation or non-star hotels with the 747,000 rooms. So this is quite big actually. If you are talking comparing with the Thailand, I will show you in another slide. Yeah, and this is about the occupancy now with the 747,000 rooms we achieved in June 2024. Our occupancy is 54.69%. And if you look in the right side above, it's about the income that we have, our revenue, it's more than 22 trillion rupiah. And the gross value added, it's more than 50 trillion rupiah. And if you see about the foreign investment in 2022, it's about 9.25%. So this means that the foreign investment actually in the tourism industry relatively small. Not just only Indonesia, but all the ASEAN countries. If we see actually their direct investment in tourism, it's minor. So the majority of the investors is from the locals. So like in here in Nusa Dua, if you see maybe about 50 hotels there, just only 2 foreign investors there. Club Med and also the hotel previous belongs to Air Wisata and bought by Sultan Brunei. Just only 2. Yeah, so the most is Indonesian investors. Yeah, and this is the challenge actually. So if you see our population, Indonesian population is 281.6 million people, and we still have 140.7 million poor people. From where this data? We get this data from the our subsidies for the healthcare. So our government subsidized for 140.7 people that they cannot pay for the contribution for the healthcare. Yeah, so this is very serious because this is the data. It's accurate because take it from the BPJS Kesehatan. This is the healthcare social security. Then if you see, tourism actually is a big potential for the job creation. And then we have the big potential to develop, but we have the overlapping or unintegrated policies. This is many of the macro policies that cannot transmit it to the implementation. I take, for example, the policy is to reduce the waste. For example, like in Bali, later I also show you the case. The point is when the central government take the program to specific to reduce the waste, but actually always they cannot transmit it when the implementation. Why? Because many of the party involved, they have their own perspective. So this is also the challenge for us. Yeah, and then we are also always living as a third destination without effort to improve. For example, like Bali, we have a problem with the waste, we have the problem with the clean water, we have the claim with the transportation. Yeah, now it's macet everywhere. It's the traffic is very bad, and the macro policies not synchronous with implementation. This is like I said before, especially also for the spatial policy. And we have the limited tourism fund and don't have tourism promotion board. Unfortunately, we cannot promote massively in Indonesia because we don't have that enough budget for that. And then also the lack incentive of tourism sector and limited support from financial institution for tourism sector, and we don't have the project financing scheme. Yeah, this is I take the left. Actually, it's from Ibu Amalia slide from Bappenas, because it's mentioned about the spending of our neighbor country. Talking about the quality tourism, some of the experts always saying the Australia, with their spending about $5,000 US. But if we are talking about their population, how many population Australia? I think less than 50 million, I think, yeah. So I think it's not comparable with us. We still have 140.7 poor people that they need a job. They need an income, yeah. Then if we see, I comparing this Indonesia and Thailand, because we are a neighbor and we are most likely a same culture. So if you see this, the comparison, we have, as I mentioned before, our supply with the hotels, 20,000 unit hotels with 747 rooms. This is not yet include the Airbnb. Airbnb, it's more than 61,000 units, and just in Bali is more than 34,000. In Bali itself now, altogether, the hotel stars and non-stars, about 100,000 rooms in Bali. And we, in 2019, we get 16.1 million, and now we don't have a free visa. Is it right, Pak Sandi? We don't have just only Asian country. Previous we have 159 countries. That now we just only have ASEAN. And if you are talking about the area of Indonesia, is 9.8 million square kilometer, with the land area is 1.9 million square kilometer. So if you see the Thailand more and less the number of rooms like us, almost 800,000 rooms, and their Airbnb just only in Bangkok is 34,000. Their total inbound tourists almost 40 million in 2019. And now they expand the free visa for 93 countries, before is 47 countries, and their population 71.7 million. So you can compare, we almost 280 million, and they are just only 71, on a quarter of us. Yeah. Then if you see in this, in the case of policies and reality, as I mentioned before, like for example, like Bali, the problem is already since many years ago. Because why? Because the waste is not processing properly. Yeah, they just only put it in the landslide. That's why every day it's around 4,000 ton per day going to the TPS in, if I'm not wrong, in Sawung, yeah, in Sawung area. And we have like water supply, we have controllable growth of villas. These villas, the permit always released by government. So that's why it's if you're talking about we are moratorium, but actually the implementation is not like that. Maybe the hotel, yes, moratorium, but these villas and also the housing treated as the accommodation, I think this will be also make the volume become it's not suitable with the capacity of Bali. And also the unsynchronized public transportation, and as I mentioned before, the over-tourism in South area. Yeah. So the recommendation that in our perspective as from the industry, the quality tourism policies must be planned carefully and consider of the hotel room supply, labor force, and small medium enterprises. Why I should talk like this? As I mentioned about, for the Bali case. Bali case, the saturated is in the south. So actually the spreading of the tourists must be in the wide scope, not just only concentrate in the one spot. So in now, I'm sorry Pak Sandi, government always focus in what the location that already developed. Like for example, like Labuan Bajo, if Pak Sandi remember, Labuan Bajo before Pak Yusuf Kala promoting at that time for the seven wonders world. So actually Labuan Bajo is not like now. When Labuan Bajo become popular, everyone going there. So there is no really well planned to anticipate how to treat Labuan Bajo. So this condition, it's happened in every destination. So we don't have a really clear grand strategy how that we want to develop not just only the quality tourism, but also for the mass tourism. Yeah. And the second, that our recommendation, the tourism development must be included in national development priorities. In our program, new President Pak Prabowo, even the tourism is not in their Astacita. So you can imagine that Pak Prabowo, as an elected president, they don't put in their priorities. So this is, I think this is very important, Pak Sandi, since that you are the best friend of Pak Prabowo, to remind him. And I already talked to Pak Burhanuddin last night, his head of the economic team. Yeah, and the third, about the tourism destination development and formulation of regulation must involve the stakeholders. We have many cases that government, they are going they are going by themselves. They are not even not discussed with us. For example, when we have the Asian Games in 2018, from the beginning, I already talked to the committee. Please give us the contact of the company who has the right to sell the tickets. But until the game start, there is no clear about who is selling the ticket. Then even chaos at that time. Yeah. So this is for example. And then last year government have the plan to be hosted the beach games, something like that. They make it in the peak season in August, in the 3rd of August until the 11th August. So I said to the committee, how come that you make it this in the peak season? Even we have a problem to receive our regular guests. So you will come with another 5,000 officials to go. So yeah, this means that there is no coordination. And the third and the fourth, about the incentive policy. We really lack of the incentive for the tourism sector. And also we don't have enough support for the financial institution, for the bank, especially, they still treat us or they still see us like the risky sectors, yeah, after the pandemic. And the final about the set up the tourism fund and tourism promotion board. I think this is very important. I already talked with Pak Sandi to really concentrate on this, because if you don't have enough budget, then it's difficult for us to promote Indonesia properly. Thank you very much. My time is up.
Thank you very much. Please give our applause for Bapak Haryadi. Yes, Pak Haryadi has mentioned the great and massive potential for tourism here in Indonesia, but also raised the issues, especially about the over-tourism, lack of human resources, and also the policy. Where Pak Haryadi has mentioned there are policies which must be planned carefully, and also the regulations must involve stakeholders, and also to avoid overlapping, and also to ensure the implementation can be done thoroughly. And therefore, regarding policy, our next presentation will be on the topic of aligning global standards, the role of GSTC in harmonizing policy frameworks for quality and sustainable tourism, which will be presented by Mr. Randy Durban, the Global Sustainable Tourism Council. And we hope to have gained his insights, because he has over 40 years, right, Randy, in senior leadership experience. So without further ado, Randy, please do give your presentation for us this morning. Please give our applause for Mr. Randy Durban.
Selamat pagi. Thank you for correcting. I'm older than I look. It's 40 years, not 20 years in travel and tourism. So nice to be here with you again and talking about harmonization. Yesterday I made the comment that quality tourism is sustainable, and sustainable tourism is quality. Words matter. Thank you, Andreas Hardeman of World Economic Forum, to talk about words. Very important indeed. Harmonization is a fabulous word, and I want to talk about that here today, of how to align global standards, what we do at the GSTC with what can happen nationally, regionally, and so forth. So thank you for this opportunity to share. So to give a little basis of foundation about who we are and why we feel like we have the right to speak on this subject, let me give you a little bit more information about GSTC. And then I'm going to talk about harmonization and use as a case study hotels. We work in other subsectors and so forth, but we'll kind of focus on hotels. So who we are. The reason we make a claim to be global standards is that we were created by two UN agencies, UN Environment and UN Tourism, in 2007 to create global standards. And the foundation of our work are these concepts, that sustainability is not defined as purely environmental issues, but because of where we are at this stage of human development, we need work on management issues and governance. So the GSTC criteria are organized in these four areas where Section A speaks to issues of management and governance, and B is about social issues, including community impacts. C is about culture and community, and D is about environment. So the foundation of our work were the Millennium Development Goals that existed when we were created in 2007. So today's SDGs are the second generation, aren't they, of the UN guidance on what is sustainability. So that's the foundation of our work. A second reason that we have the credibility to call ourselves the global standard is that when we create our standards, and when we revise them, we put them through an incredibly formal and inclusive process. We spend a full year or more to create new criteria, and we spend nearly a year to formally revise them. And we put out a massive call all over the world to the public sector, private sector, NGOs, academia, anyone and everyone. Individuals can go to our website anytime and make comment. So it's an extremely inclusive process. So this is not by committee. This is not somebody in a closet in a Western world that created them. We turn to all areas of the world. So they're not, they're north-south, they're east-west, they're developing world, developed world. It's everything. We're extremely non-political and incredibly inclusive. So those two things, the UN foundation of the concepts, of the framework, and then an inclusive process to get at the detail. We have, look at this, we're a little NGO. We're not in the United Nations system. Those two UN agencies created us and guided us, but we're a separate NGO, but we're very active with, in many cultures. We have members, our staff work from home all over the world in various time zones and linguistic groups, and that's truly a current spread of where we have members, 600 plus membership, and that includes 40 plus national governments, including wonderful Indonesia, and many provinces, many municipalities, so much in the public sector, but big brands, large OTAs. And thank you to our dear friends at Traveloka. I know they're a sponsor of this event, so thank you for that. They're our first ever platinum sponsor, and they're tremendous supporters of GSTC. I'll mention a little bit later about what they're doing currently with us. So we have several OTAs. We have big hotel brands, big cruise lines, major brands like TUI and Royal Caribbean Cruises and Hilton and IHG and Booking.com and other Agoda.com. The list goes on and on. You can take a look at our website to see, but we have we're a small organization with a big footprint, but we have a big army of trainers and assessors all over the world. So take a look at this. This is a map of existing standards for sustainable tourism. Now, I like this slide for two reasons. If you look at the left side, this is a good visualization of how complex travel and tourism is. Right? So, I've always, in my 40 years, I've come to describe tourism as coming in two categories: commodity travel and experience travel. So commodity travel is like aviation, rental cars. It's basically transport. And there it's extremely price-driven. It's less about quality and experience and people. And then there's everything else that's more about people and service. So that's the experience economy. But it's a very diverse set of things. You could argue we're not one sector. We're a collection of sectors. It's a very complex world. So on the right side, we've displayed where there's a global standard. So we've taken this leadership role. So our first thing that we ever did in 2007 when we were created was to launch GSTC hotel criteria and tour operator criteria. Then later, we created the GSTC destination criteria. They were formally released in 2013, and that's when our dear friend Pak Frans Teguh in 2015 brought us in to apply them, and Indonesia has this national standard aligned with the GSTC. So the destination criteria serve two levels for the public sector: policy level and also a guidance system for good management at the destination level. And they function very well at both those levels. Aviation and cruise don't have global standards. There's, in both cases, there are quasi-UN agencies that provide guidance, but there's really no standard. Did you know, by the way, that both are left off the Paris Climate Accords? That's a very interesting thing, but that's a side point. We just launched MICE criteria this year, and we're in the final stages of developing attractions criteria, and we're going to begin now to develop food service criteria. And we think that will sort of round out the experience economy. So we're not involved in the commodity side and transport and those very technical kind of things with engines. We're about people and service side of the economy of the sectors of travel and tourism. So that's our landscape. We work with the public sector, with national members, really on these three levels. So at the national or provincial level, we work with governments around the world on their own policies, and then we work with them on supporting destinations. So we've done that very much here. That was really what we did a lot of with Indonesia, with the support of some up-and-coming destinations. And then a third way that we work with governments is to encourage industry. And I want to talk about that here this morning and make some suggestions and talk about harmonization of standards by really looking at industry. So we've done a lot here in Indonesia on the destination side, but I want to focus my comments here this morning on guidance for industry. So the starting point there on that is that there are so many labels, eco-labels, in sustainable tourism in the world. When we were created, our founders counted 150 eco-labels for hotels alone. That's not good. The market really wants One. We think there are now about 400. New ones are being created every day. You know, there's some good news about sustainable tourism is that there's a lot more talk and a lot more action. Sometimes we're critical of people who are all talk and then not enough action. But I would argue, first they have to talk, and then they'll do action. So even talk is a good thing. There's so much more talk and action now in sustainable tourism. But that's created an opportunity for new players to step in. And what we found in our work is that we believe very strongly that the word certification is used entirely too loosely in the world. And I'm going to draw that out and share with you what I mean. There's only, I think on this screen, there's only about 40, something like that, that was just put together by our founders at the UN Foundation 15 some years ago. Again, now we think there's about 400, and there's new ones popping up constantly. That's the problem. What are we going to do? How do we harmonize? Well, I draw here from the World Bank that, you know, does some work in tourism. We know the people at the World Bank in Washington. They call us all the time when they go to a country and they're working on tourism policy. And I drew this from their website. When they talk about a mature certification system, now this is across all sectors. They're not pointing at tourism here. This is World Bank approach that they give as guidance to national entities that are working in any sector on certification. So that could be for safety, health, quality, whatever. This is what they have to say about the market of certification, a mature certification system, is that if you look at the middle level there in recognition, and where it's rudimentary, there's really kind of nothing to give it credibility. But then any level of maturity from there is through accreditation. Well, what is accreditation? Now here, Andreas Hardiman, lawyer, words really matter. And this word has been completely misunderstood in travel and tourism. Native English speakers think accreditation and certification are synonyms. I'm here to tell you they're not. And now I'm going to go over some technical information for the next minutes. There will not be a quiz. I do not expect everybody to absorb all the detail, but I'm going to present some detail because I want to make this point. I want you to see that words matter. If you want to make sense out of this mess that we have of labels in the world, it needs some harmonization, it needs some hierarchy, it needs an ecosystem where you look at credible systems and work with them in a coherent way, because we have not had coherence. And the last thing you want to do is look at the Western world for guidance on this. Even though the Western world, Northern Europe, may lead the world and got ahead of us 30 years ago in society's awareness on sustainability, they've done very poorly in this space. And there's all sorts of labels out there that are just not certification. So I really hope you leave this room today with the idea that certification, the term is overused. There are different levels of verification, of getting some external review of what you're doing. Verification is the generic term we should all be using, and save certification for something meaningful. So Mr. Lawyer Hardiman, the words really matter here, and let's get at them. So a nice simple way to look at this is turn to Wikipedia, like I do many of the hours per day and a lot of things. And Wikipedia points out that most product certification bodies are accredited, aligned with ISO standards. Now, our whole program, our whole technical program is we operate as an accreditation body. We don't certify, but we put a mark on certification bodies. And that's a tremendous service to the world. It's really sorting out this mess. And many governments around the world and businesses are picking up on that. You know, one of the themes of this conference is innovation, right? And so what I'm presenting here might seem like innovation to travel and tourism. Everything I'm going to present in the coming minutes is absolutely the norm in other sectors. When I talk to people in other sectors about how we verify and certify sustainable tourism, they're shocked, absolutely shocked. This whole industry has just ignored international norms. So we start with ISO standards. And like us, talk about non-political. It's a Swiss-based organization, but you've heard of ISO 9001 on quality. Buildings all over Asia have the ISO 9001 mark. The People's Republic of China formally adopted ISO standards as policy about 35 years ago. The whole world uses ISO standards for definitions and guidance on systems. So there are ISO standards that define certification. There are ISO standards that define accreditation, and most of the eco-labels in travel and tourism don't even know what ISO are. And I'm not exaggerating, and I'm not being critical. I'm being honest. We talk to them. We know who they are and what they do. So the first thing is, if you want to make order out of chaos, is get the right words. I'm going to give you a case study. I mentioned yesterday the country of Turkey we're working with intensively. Very interesting thing, and you know, it's not as populous as Indonesia, but it's a big country. They have 20,000 hotels, and look what they're doing. They passed a law to give the Ministry of Tourism the power to revoke a business license, which is a little intense. I'm not necessarily recommending that, I'm just reporting. But they have this program where they are pushing their 18 or 20,000, it's about 20,000 hotels that have to follow this guideline. By the end of August, tomorrow, each hotel in the country had 2 years. They were informed of this 2 years ago that they had to have a level of verification with an audit, not called certification, a pre-certification thing where they show evidence of 14 criteria, the GSTC criteria, and then they'll have 2 years to go to 2/3 of the standard, and then they'll have to, by 2030, go to full certification by an accredited certification body. So that's a government that studied ISO standards, studied systems, and when they wanted something credible, they found us and implemented this system. So Liz Ortiguera has mentioned that WTTC has this basics program. When I first heard of basics from WTTC a few years ago, I thought, oh God, here's another one. But now we're friends on it and partners. And the reason we're partners, and I was the only person to endorse it publicly at ITB a couple of years ago. And why did I change? Because they don't call it certification. They call it what it is. It's a starter program. It's perfect because hotels, businesses, large and small, need to take things step by step. I struggle with the word regenerative tourism because I feel like we're so far from sustainable. Let's work on getting to net zero before we get to net positive. You know, maybe a few isolated, highly progressive businesses can talk about regenerative, but most of us cannot. So let's get those words right too. If we're going to be net zero and sustainable, we've got to take it step by step. And so Liz and ourselves have agreed that we're going to start marketing this because WTTC is going to create a kind of a second level. And so you can go, a hotel of any size can afford this. It's a nice starter way to do the WTTC basics. And then they're going to produce the second level next year. And that's just a nice pathway to someday for a hotel to get certified. Singapore, very briefly, is subsidizing our accredited certification, a little bit different thing. We don't have time to get into that. But I want to pause on this slide for my remaining couple of minutes and think about the totality of what we think is the proper process for taking things step by step and to harmonize good systems. So this slide is the important one for me. If you look at things in multiple stages, even the Turks have stage 0, but not on the slide that I showed previously. We've worked with them on a whole national program of teaching in the Turkish language, affordable, accessible training for people inside hotels, various departments, and it's working beautifully. So we've got an army of trained trainers in the local language at a local price point to get out there and teach, and that's so crucial. We partner with other international national organizations. In Singapore with NTUC, we'd be happy to partner with our very good training program that's online, on-site, and so forth. Or you can just create your own training programs. But training is essential. We've got to know what it is we're talking about. And then a pathway to kind of getting to a really great point is to do a self-assessment. First of all, just ask yourself how you're doing. So the GSTC criteria, a perfect tool to do a self-assessment, the global standard, no cost. Tough love, really be hard on yourself. A self-assessment is the first step in verification. People always ask me, well, how do we get certified? And I say, well, work really hard for a while on being sustainable, then ask for a badge. The badge comes later. The hard work is, not that hard, but the work is to go through a process of getting your staff informed and trained and then start asking yourself, well, how are we doing? And then stage 2 would be some kind of other system. Maybe it's some other one of those existing programs that's out there that's not necessarily as rigorous, but still provides value, or use the WTTC basics. The point here is you can kind of create your own. So whether the ministry looks at a program like this, or through your trade association, Harry, or some combination of industry and the public sector here, put some organization to it. All the general managers of your hotels will breathe a sigh of relief. They're all confused by all those labels, all the information, what do I do? They desperately want direction all over the course of things. Back to training, here these 3 days, we had 2 training sessions going on concurrently. Today we're in day 3 of one of our training classes that Traveloka has supported, where they brought 30 of their partner hotels together, and we're teaching general managers of 30 Indonesian hotels today. It's day 3, and it's in Bahasa. And we do that all over the world, and it becomes affordable, and we find partners to make those things happen. And then we're also training auditors because of Singapore's rich program. I see the time, I'll stop. Because of Singapore's rich program, there's a number of hotel brands here in Indonesia that are following, some maybe Singapore ownership that are getting certified to our program. So we're already building up some scale and framework and capacity, which is important. So, wow, where did that 20 minutes go? So I've already talked about training in a lot of languages. We're global. We've had our last couple of conferences in Europe, but in a number of weeks we're going to be in Singapore for our global conference, so not so far away. So if you want to learn more about our organization, we have very instructive, informative conferences. They're very serious-minded about learning things. So we're here as a tool and a resource to help you harmonize. So I wish you great luck in your journey to sustainability. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Please give a round of applause for Pak Randi. And since you mentioned before that words matter, can we press on just a little bit regarding what you mentioned before, regenerative tourism? What is exactly regenerative tourism, and how far along are we from?
Well, regenerative means that you're doing more good than harm. You're actually, making more of a positive impact on society and the environment than you're doing harm, right? Because so much of tourism, in sustainable tourism, we're talking about do more good and less harm, right? I'm making the point that we're so far from even on enough good to offset the negative, environmental degradation, community impacts. I think we need to be honest with ourselves. So before we get too proud of ourselves to talk about regenerative, let's get closer to 0 on an even scorecard.
Getting to 0 first before getting more positive. All right, thank you once again. Randy Rin, please give a round of applause to our panelists who have shared his insights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will open the question and answer session. So once again, there are quite a few questions. Once again, I would like to remind you to please stand, state your name, your institution, and to whom the question is addressed to. So gentlemen, please do prepare yourselves, get ready. There are quite a handful of questions and also enthusiasm from our participants. Please, the first question is from?
All right, thank you so much for this opportunity. So my name is Utari from the Bali's Province Tourism Ambassador. So as a tourism ambassador, it's certain that we must play a role in improve the tourism, especially in Bali. And we have done a lot of the activities to have improved of the quality of sustainable tourism. For example, we clean the beach on the Bangsal Beach, and its name located in the Sanur also. And we share the waste and make it into the accessory for fashion show and at our events. So it's my question, so are there any specific concrete steps that can be taken by tourism ambassadors and to ensure that sustainability principles are applied throughout the tourism chain. Because I started earlier targeting the millennial generation and Gen Z. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Utari, right? Please give a round of applause for Utari. And next, we will pull probably 3 questions first for our first question and answer session. Committee has the microphone be handed to the next participant. Yes, please do stand up.
Thank you. Good morning, Horas.
Horas? Yeah. Please stand. Okay, please stand.
My name is Tetine Baho, coming from Samosir, Lake Toba. Horas Pak Sandiaga.
Horas.
Thank you. My request I sent to Mr. Sandiaga Uno and also to Mr. Odo and also Bu Maya. We really love your program Bangga Berwisata di Indonesia. But as we know that the rate flight for domestic flight is more expensive than going to abroad. So I think we really need, we sit together with another ministry, Menteri Perhubungan, or maybe Angkasa Pura, how to make the price for the domestic flight cheaper than going to abroad. As we know that more people, especially for Sumatra Island, having holiday in Bangkok or maybe Malaysia and Singapore. So this is a big job for you, Mr. Sandiaga Uno. So we'll be proud berlibur di Indonesia saja. And the second one, my request also, my suggestion is, Indonesian people love competition. So how to achieve quality tourism? Maybe we need more competition, more awards for industry tourism. Thank you, Mauliate Horas.
Horas, thank you very much. Please give a round of applause. And that was our second question. And next, for the third question. Committee, please stand up. Okay.
Okay, thank you. My name is Dila. I'm from Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment. So I have a question to all the panelists. What are the potential risks of pursuing aggressive sustainability goals in tourism, and how can this risk be managed while still striving for high-quality sustainable growth? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Dila, please give a round of applause once again to our third question. All right, that was the first session, and now we will pass it on to our panelists to answer the questions. We can start from Utari, who is a tourism ambassador. Any specific steps for them to ensure that the sustainable tourism or sustainable principles can be implemented, especially which have been pointed out were for millennials and Gen Z? Pak Sandi, you may begin.
To lead is to give good example. Leading by taking action. As ambassadors, you could showcase the best of sustainable tourism behaviors, taking care of your waste, moving into the sustainable tourism practices, and amplify it with the most powerful tool, which is your social media. I think ambassadors are privileged to be in that positions, and good luck to transform Bali to become a sustainable tourism epicentrum of the world, because we have the new 3S, as I mentioned, and I'm very, very excited. I think we have the ingredients and we could be showcasing it to the rest of the world.
Okay, we hope that answers your question from Pak Sandi, Utarif, and from Pak Randi. Anything you'd like to add for the tourism young ambassadors who are leading by example? Yes.
Well, is this the one that we're using? Is this, yeah. Well, we believe in a good stakeholder process because there's a big list of challenges and things you need to do. And so it's important before you really get at it is get the right people in the room, because you really should not operate in isolation. So as much as trade associations can work with the public sector, work with their members and so forth, identify the challenges locally and get at them. So waste management keeps coming up. Let's get at it, you know, as a team approach in a community. Liz made the great point about a community cleanup day. Those things are important, to your point. Set examples. We need models. And in the case of that, you know, tourism can really play a lead role with the community too. So, but the most important thing is get talking to each other in a formal way where you have timely meetings. We see the greatest success in the world where there's multi-stakeholder engagement to tackle sustainability issues, short-term and long-term.
All right, thank you, Pak Randi. And now we will move on to the second question, which was regarding curhatan many of Indonesians, Pak Sandi, Pak Haryadi, regarding competitive prices. We can start from the tickets, which was said to be Pak Sandi's one of biggest homework. How can you answer to this issue, that the prices of domestic flights are often, we can say often, it's more pricier or it's more expensive than international flights, Pak Sandi?
Thank you, Ibu Naibaho Horas. She's one of the great leaders that we have in Danau Toba super priority destinations, and a great woman leader heading into the tourism sectors is really needed, because we see more and more women taking leadership role in our ministries. There is Ibu Rizky, just here, Ibu Desi, Mbak Nia, you know. And we learned that when it comes to tourism, women actually play a more strategic role. Like at home, when I ask my kids for holidays tips or holiday suggestions, they would basically decide together with the mother. I ended up paying, but the women in my house decided where to go and decided how long will we spend in one particular locations. So to answer the question, it's a work in progress. I think Pak Luhut has already created the team, and our target is to have 10% reductions on the ticket price by end of October. Please work hard, guys, because it's one of the crazy challenges. Last week, we hosted the Bali Marathon, the Maybank Bali Marathon. 13,000 participants with their family and with, including their aunties, participated. Without proper planning, about 1,000 of them could not find a way to get back to Jakarta. So some has to go through Labuan Bajo, Makassar, because there's no availability of seats. So these are continuing to be a good problem to have for tourism, but still looking at your metrics, we need to work harder with the aviation industry, and this is what I would want to discuss during lunchtime talk with WEF, World Economic Forum, with Pa Andrea, and we hope to find a solution soon.
And what about the competition that was said, how Indonesia loves competition, Pak Sandi? How can it add to the improvement of the quality of tourism?
Business will drive the best of competitions. So when the government already facilitate by providing easier permits and licenses to start new airlines, it tends to have a much more competitive landscape. I used to be in an airline business, and I understand what Richard Branson kept on saying. You know, it's easy to become millionaire. First, be a billionaire and then invest in an airline, then you become millionaire. And I achieved that. After 2 years of my airlines in operations, it went bankrupt. So, but we see great companies competing if they have the same access to routes, to landing slots, to airport rights, and the competitive jet fuel ecosystems, as well as they could set up new entities here to be able to fly into favorite destinations. That would lead to more aircrafts, that would lead to more seats, and when you have more supply, the supply and demand law will kick in, and the price of airfare will come down.
All right, thank you, Pak Sandi, for the answer. And next, we'd like to pick the thoughts from Pak Haryadi regarding the competition. How do you think it will add to the quality from your point of view?
Yeah. The condition now, actually, for the competition is still unhealthy because 70% of the market shares, it's dominated by one national airlines. So I think the more players come in, I think will be make the condition better for the consumers. And besides the supply, also we should make a revision of the regulation. As you know, we have a lot of burden for the airlines, like for example, like a tax. For the after, for the fuel, we have the value-added tax. And then for the passengers service charge, we also, you know, it's difficult to say how they can increase like 200%, something like that. So many things that the cost of the airline itself must be also, we should look, yeah. And besides the fuel, also for the leasing cost, this is also that make it to be fair for everyone, because if the other airlines from other country, they can make it very efficient, why we cannot make it like that also?
Or make it as one of the benchmark as well for our airlines. And thank you for the question, and I hope it answered your question, Ibu. And next, for the last question proposed from Dila was, how can the risk that we face be managed while still paying attention and implementing the sustainable and also quality tourism standards? Probably since it was addressed to all panelists, we can start from Pak Haryadi. How can we avoid or face and mitigate the risk which we face in the tourism industry, but still pay attention to the sustainable and also the quality of tourism?
Okay, yeah. We are talking about this is a mass and quality actually, yeah. So we must synchronize, make it combining properly. Because if we just only do for the quality tourism, yes, the added value it's quite big, yeah. But the problem about the numbers and also the location, it's very limited, the location that can have the impact. But of course, for the mass tourism, must be more spreading, more people can have the benefit, but also we must manage about the impact of the mass tourism. So I just only want to add one case. This is in the Desa Wisata in Ngelanggeran. Ngelanggeran is in Gunung Kidul in Jogja province. They do at the beginning with the mass tourism, and the impact is very bad for the environment. And then they are starting to convert to the quality. Then now they are doing well, but not really the budget travelers cannot have the experience on that Desa Wisata. So this is the how we combine between the quality and mass properly with define each target market. Yeah.
Defining each target market. Pak Dani?
I think the biggest risk to travel and tourism and sustainability is aviation. Over-tourism is a major risk, but it's isolated. The fact that aviation is so far away from sustainable aviation fuel marks, to me, the biggest risk for the whole industry, because we're so dependent upon aviation. And there's societal view that, you know, it's so damaging to fly. As you pointed out, I have to plant 62 mango trees. I better get to work. I have paid for some...
Mangrove, not mango.
What did I say? Oh, mango. I had mangrove in my head. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yes, thank you. You
It
got the
came
right
out
plant.
mango, although
Yeah.
I like mango though.
I come here.
I have to recalculate
I've been
if it's
eating
mango.
because I don't get it in Korea, so not so much. Anyway.
But typically, sorry
Anyway.
to cut you down, mangrove absorb,
That's the best
I think,
one, yeah.
4 times more than mineral trees. I don't know about mango though, but
No,
mango
no,
have
no,
nice
mangrove.
fruits.
Absolutely right. It's the best plant to plant. Anyway, I would say that aviation puts the whole industry at risk because we're so dependent upon aviation, and we're probably 20 or 30 years away from significant clean energy, and for fuel. And aviation is visible, so it gets talked about. We don't drive past petrochemical plants in coal mines. Media and consumers, we all talk about aviation. That puts a lot of travel and tourism at risk. But the good news, the flip side is, on land and water, we can be super sustainable today based on technologies and know-how. We can do so much more. And I think that for a destination to present itself as super green on land and water is a good counterbalance to the shame people feel about flying, and because they don't want to go out and plant 62 mangrove plants. Seriously, there's a guilt and there's a concern. Those of us who are green don't like it that we have to fly so much. But again, I think if you offset that with do everything you possibly can on land and water to be sustainable. Hotels can be so much more sustainable yesterday. Attractions can be more sustainable yesterday. Land transport, look at the growth of EVs and hybrids that are cheaper today. Every month they're cheaper. Let's move to them. Let's set targets at a municipality. New vehicles must be clean energy. Then you've got a story to tell, and you can counter the negative, and the biggest risk we face is from aviation.
Counter the negative through the green policies. And Pasandi, last but not least.
Actually, that's a great way to close it already. I think it's very compelling what Randy just highlighted. This is beyond certifications. I was shocked looking at so many labels out there. But Pak Luhut actually started the conversations. It's actually now filling my timelines that we are coming up with very, I would not say draconian, but more strict policies to combat over-tourism in the southern part of Bali. Tough measures. I'm starting to lobby Chairman Haryadi because Dr. Sukamdani has what politicians very fear about because he has the votes. And what we are trying to do is actually put a moratorium on building new hotels in Bali, South Bali, not in all of Indonesia, sorry guys, in South Bali, but we're putting a moratorium until we get our acts together. And I think Haryadi was kind enough to at least open up to that idea. And then what we are trying to do is we're going to also stop the transfers of lands that is dedicated for farming, like rice field, to commercial use. I think we're going to put a stop there also. No more permits or license will be issued in particular area. So this is going to be announced soon, but we need the president to approve this. Within a couple of weeks, there will be a limited cabinet meeting to approve this. We're preparing the materials for that, and we hope all of you can support this. And this conference is a good lead towards that more tough regulations in order for us to achieve sustainable tourism.
Yes, it needs collaborative efforts. Once again, please give a round of applause. Thank you, Pak Sandi, and thank you for all the questions proposed But we apologize since the time limit available. That was the last question that we can propose to all the panelists. Once again, please give a round of applause to Pak Sandiaga Uno, Bapak Haryadi Suhamdani, and also Bapak Randi Durban for your insights on the 5th plenary session. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause, and I give back the microphone to Dian.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Sarah Wayne. And now I would like to invite all the panelists as well as the moderator to officially close the session by having a group photo. So please, all panelists as well as the moderator, let's have a group photo to officially close the 5th session. Let's support the photo session by giving a very loud applause, ladies and gentlemen, to all our panelists and also the moderator for the session. See, they smile brightly, brighter even. In 3, 2, 1, waving for the camera. Thank you so much. Thank you so much once again. You may now return back to your seat. Thank you as well to our moderator for both sessions. Thank you. All right, additional photo session. So now, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the next session, which will be the last panel session, however, please bear in mind that after the last panel session, we're going to have the next session, the networking session, as well as the executive meeting. But now, we will have a break for lunch and also for the Salat Jumat, as today is Friday. And the prayer room is already prepared downstairs. There will be signage to proceed to the prayer room. And then after that, please return back to this ballroom as we will start sharply the 6th session, which will be the last panel session that we have during the First International Quality Tourism Conference, which will start once again sharply at 1:30 p.m. Bali time. So ladies and gentlemen, enjoy the lunch, which are already prepared to you at the foyer area. Please don't forget as well to stop by at the exhibition area located on my right hand side. And then for those who would like to do the Salat Jumat, the prayer room is already prepared once again downstairs. Thank you so much, and once again we would like to use this opportunity to highlight the initiator of this conference. Thank you to the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, Central Bank of Indonesia, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. Thank you so much as well to those who supported this event, Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan LPS, and also supported by Mastercard, Pertamina, Telkom Indonesia, BCA, BRI, and Traveloka. Ladies and gentlemen, to all participants who need the material or the content of this conference, you may scan the QR code provided on each table. Thank you once again. Enjoy your lunch. Selamat menikmati makan siang Anda. Terima kasih. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, for all participants of the conference, in order to be able to download the guidebook or the content of this conference, please scan the QR code provided on each table, or you may also find the QR code on the screen in front of all of you. So once again, just scan the QR, and then after that you can directly download the whole material. Thank you. May we have your attention, please, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, for those who would like to do the Salat Jumat. For the mosque, it is located in front of the Meru Hotel or the Sanur area. So if you'd like to do the Salat Jumat, once again, the available mosque or the nearest mosque is located outside of the Sanur area. You can just go to the front area of the Sanur. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants. We kindly invite you to return back to your seat here in the ballroom as we will proceed to the last plenary session. Once again, to all of our participants for the conference, you are now invited to return back to your chair in the ballroom as we will now continue to the last plenary session that we have during the conference. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the conference, may we invite you to return back to your chair here in the ballroom as we will continue with the next plenary session. For your information, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia will also join us again during the session. Therefore, once again, please kindly return back to your chair. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, to all of the participants of the conference, please kindly return back to your chair as now we will start the sixth session, which will be the last plenary sessions during the conference. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Please kindly return back to your seat here in the ballroom as we will start the sixth session. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the ballroom here. So after we eat, pray, and love, now it's time to continue our patience to the quality tourism by joining the next session, which will be also the last plenary sessions that we have during the first International Quality Tourism Conference. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we will start the 6th session that will discuss further regarding the commitment discussion of quality tourism implementations in the ASEAN countries. And please also join me in welcoming back our moderator for today. Please welcome Miss Sarah Wayne. Let's give a round of applause for her. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again, Dian, for the introduction. And ladies and gentlemen, once again, we hope that you have enjoyed your lunch. But before that, we hope you are all still enthusiastic to continue our discussion. Yes? Can I have a big round of applause before we start? To have everyone ramped up, because we will begin our 6th and final plenary session, which is on the commitment discussions of QT implementation in ASEAN countries. So ladies and gentlemen, as this final plenary session this afternoon, we will together once again bring key figures from various ASEAN nations and also international organizations here this afternoon to discuss the strategic commitment and also the collaborative efforts required to advance QT in the region. So without further ado, let me introduce to you our speakers or our panelists for this afternoon session. Ladies and gentlemen, our first speaker this afternoon is Julie Budi Winantia, the Director of the Department of Economic and Monetary Policy, Central Bank of Indonesia. Bapak Julie is the Director of the Economic and Monetary Policy Department at the Central Bank of Indonesia, bringing over 20 years of experience in various key roles within the institution. His career includes leadership positions such as the Director of the International Department and Head of the Papua Provincial Office. Pak Julie holds a master's degree from Vanderbilt University, USA, and is recognized for his expertise in economic policy. Our second panelist for this afternoon is Mr. Andreas Hardeman, once again, Head of Aviation, Aerospace, Travel, and Tourism Industries. And I will once again read Mr. Hardeman's bio. Andreas Hardeman is a distinguished leader in the aerospace, aviation, and travel and tourism industries with an academic background on civil law, international air and space law, and international economic development. And our third panelist this afternoon is Madam Mazliza binti Sheikh Omar, Undersecretary, Industry Development Division, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia. Mazliza Sheikh Omar is the Undersecretary of the Industry Development Division at Malaysia's Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, where she focuses on enhancing tourism products, services, and industry development. With 20 years of experience in various government ministries, including communications and digital, higher education and investment, trade, and industry, she brings extensive expertise to her role. She holds a bachelor's in business administration from University Tenaga Nasional and a master's in corporate communication from University Putra Malaysia, where she is also pursuing a doctoral degree with research in interests, digital media, and also tourism. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for our panelists as I invite them to join me up on stage. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause. Yes, so we will begin our 6th session, but since this is a commitment discussion on ASEAN nations, there will be no question and answer session, but we want to hear your insights and also your thoughts, especially on implementing the commitment of the quality tourism in ASEAN countries. And therefore, to begin, I would like to allow and invite Pak Julie, the Director of Department of Economic and Monetary Policy, Central Bank of Indonesia, to begin our discussion. Please give a round of applause for Bapak Julie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Salam, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan buat kita semua. Yesterday and this morning we have an intensive discussion on the quality tourism, and in this afternoon session I'm going to talk a little bit about the measurements of the quality tourism. I have some slides with me. I'll try to be brief and use the 10 minutes allocation time given by moderator to me. Yesterday, Minister Uno and also Professor Asril mentions about there's a shift in trends in the tourism industry, shifting from the quantity tourism to the alternative tourism to the quality tourism. As for the Indonesia, the recovery of the tourism industry since the pandemic is already picking up. It's already higher than it was before the pandemic. But there's a rising concern, as Minister Uno this morning mentioned, that there's a concern on the negative impact of the tourism industry coming from the excessive exploitation of the natural resources, the negative impact on the natural, cultural, and also social environment. And therefore, there's a shift or a trend towards more quality tourism. So tourisms that give a priority or give more preference to the tourism activity or tourism destination that pay more attention or prioritize to the sustainability of the environmental, social, and also the cultural aspect. This quality tourism not only bring benefit in terms of the rising tourist number, the spending of the revenue, and also the longer length of stay. But it comes also with the benefit that is a non-traditional benefit. For example, yesterday, one of the audience mentioned about the community engagement between the international tourists and the community in a tourism village. So that's one of the benefit that we are trying to measure in the quality tourism aspect. We'll go right to the slide number 4. We in the Joint Secretariat for Tourism, Bank Indonesia is a member in the Joint Secretariat for Tourism, and also the Coordinating Minister for Maritime, and also the Ministry for Tourism is also a member in the Joint Secretariat for Tourism. So we define the quality tourism as a tourism that prioritizes competitive and sustainable tourism products and services, and offers a unique experience and provide high value added. So in here, as you can see, we divide the quality tourism into two sides, the supply side and the demand side, and each side has two pillars, as you can see here. Bu Winnie from the National Planning Agency also mentioned this 4-pillar yesterday, but I'll try to touch more on this a little bit. From the supply side, there are a basic competitiveness and sustainability pillar. Basic competitiveness comprised of the basic elements or factors that need to be fulfilled to make a tourist destination more attractive or competitive. So factors like basic infrastructure, supporting environment, and also policies and programs that support the development of the tourism destination. And then the factors that support the sustainability of the natural, social, and also cultural environment at the tourism destination is categorized under the sustainability pillar. And then the other two pillars from the demand side is uniqueness and high value. Uniqueness are factors at the tourism destination that gives unique experience that are rarely found or cannot be found in other tourism destination. While a high value pillar is tourism activities that provide high value experience. So things like exclusiveness, privacy, and premiumness sort of thing. So falls under the category of the high value experience. And then the next slide is a quick overview on the journey that we have gone through to develop the quality tourism. So in 2019, Joint Secretariat for Tourism was established. As I mentioned before, Bank Indonesia is one of the members. And also in 2019, 5 super priority tourism destination was formally selected. And then we also started to constructing the indicators for quality tourism and started to measure the indicators a couple of years ago and continue until this year. Next slide. This is the list of indicators, 51 indicators under 4 pillars. I don't think we have time to go through each indicator one by one, but I'll go quickly on the 14 sub-pillar. Under pillar of basic competitiveness, we have 4 sub-pillar, supporting environment and policy, basic physical infrastructure, as well as natural resources and a cultural attraction. And under sustainability pillar, we have management of tourism destination, cultural preservation, environment conservation, and also local community engagement. So I'd like to elaborate more on this sub-pillar. Yesterday, there was a question from one of the audience asking about whether the quality tourism is only measured by the length of stay, the spending, and also the number of tourists. So he mentions about the experience that they have when there's international tourists come to village tourism and give a value added to the local community. So that kind of aspect also included as a part of the quality tourism. So basically, so those are 4 pillars, 14 sub-pillars, and 51 indicators that we use to measure the quality tourism. And the way we measure that, as you can see here, that each indicator is highlighted with a certain color, and certain color is described how this indicator is measured. For example, the indicators highlighted with the brown color is measured through a direct survey to tourists and also to local business. And also, the one with the highlighted gray color is measured through expert review, and the green one is measured based on the secondary data. And the next one, this is the 51 indicators that we use to the quality tourism, and most of them are based on the international best practices and are closely linked to the indicators developed in TTDI, ESG criteria, and also the SDGs. We do add some indicator, which is country-specific indicators, such as indicators of support from the local government to support tourism. Next slide. I think I'll skip this slide. Next slide. Here's the result, an index of the quality tourism indicators measurement in 2023, last year. Measurement was carried out in the 5 super priority tourist destination, and also Nusa Dua as a benchmark or a reference of the tourist destination. As you can see here, the Nusa Dua, which serves as a benchmark of tourist destination, has the highest index, followed by Borobudur, and then Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, Lake Toba, and also Likupang. In the right chart, you can see score for each pillar in each tourism destination. That's this index or result for 2023. And if we compare it with the previous result, in general, all indicators have improved, especially in the sustainability pillar. And the last one, the last slide is going forward, the quality tourism measurement should be supported by regulatory framework for implementing quality tourism, especially in the super priority tourism destination, and also expand it to the other quality tourism in other tourist destinations. And lastly, we need to refine the quality tourism measurement methodology and indicators to be able to accommodate the future changes in the tourism trend. I think with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Pa Julie. Please give a round of applause. And you have shared with us the measurement of QT aspect in Indonesia, which is, of course, to analyze, and then later on, it is hoped that it can be used to further take into account the sustainability aspect and also improve and enhance QT overall in the country. Once again, thank you, Pa Julie, for your presentation. And next, we will allow Mr. Hardiman, the head of Aviation, Aerospace, Travel, and Tourism Industries, to present the implementation from your point of view. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to Mr. Hardiman.
All right. Hello again. Hope you're not tired of seeing my person up here on stage again. It's been a real pleasure. I have to say, I'm slowly starting to sort of run out. And the travel and tourism sector has been, and I'm sure will be, a significant contributor to this nation's economy, fostering social inclusion, regional development. The focus on developing these 5 super priority destinations, as we've heard a few times now, Lake Toba, Borobudur, Mandalika, Labuan Bajo, and Likupang, is expected, in my view, is very much expected to help create that sort of equity, spreading economic growth and visitors from the tourism sector outside of Bali, the island of the gods. Just to recap, going back to the earlier presentation yesterday, the picture for Indonesia, looking at it through the TTDI lens, is a very interesting one. A number of very strong areas of performance, as we had said, the prioritization of travel and tourism, the amount of effort and attention that the government is paying and putting into the development of this particular sector is really encouraging. Price competitiveness, the rich variety of natural and cultural resources are all such strong suits playing in your favor. Socioeconomic impact, demand sustainability, the spread of visitors across sort of seasons, geographical regions, does allow Indonesia to avoid sort of the worst of the over-tourism pressures. Ground and port infrastructure also amongst the positive point. Now, we can't shy away, and it's already been highlighted as well, we cannot shy away from also identifying the areas that require further improvement. Health and hygiene keeps coming up, and I think that is an important area that we already mentioned, and it's really mostly, I would say, the basic hygiene that is driving that sort of negative score there, more so than sort of the top layer health services. ICT readiness, we already mentioned. Tourist services and infrastructure also remains an area for improvement. Tourist services and infrastructure very much looking at the density of hotel rooms per capita, also the availability of short-term rentals, And I would go as far as to say that, of course, what we see in Bali is not representative for the situation elsewhere across the country. Labor productivity also remains amongst the lower scores. Further attention also should be paid to the openness of travel and tourism, and we already touched on the visa-free access that used to exist in the past for a while has now been dialed back. So that is also not sort of pushing in the right direction. So the path forward for Indonesia's travel and tourism sector is both challenging and promising, as contradictory as that may sound. But by embracing sustainable practices, as we have talked about here, leveraging technologies, ensuring that sort of inclusive growth, Indonesia can achieve a resilient tourism industry that contributes to its economy nationwide and also the well-being of its people across the nation. And to capitalize on these opportunities, a multi-stakeholder approach is absolutely essential. No one is going to, not one ministry or one government official is going to resolve these issues on their own. Multi-stakeholder approach is the way forward. The collaboration amongst government, the private sector, NGOs, local communities, and international partners can drive the adoption of best practices in an inclusive, sustainable, and high-value tourism sector. So I am personally convinced, as I stand here, that the commitment to implement quality tourism in Indonesia and the wider Asian region is absolutely the right way forward and will succeed under the leadership of Pak Sandi and his colleagues. And of course, you can all count on our full support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hardiman. And yes, as you mentioned, collaboration and multi-stakeholder approach is the right way, and we are in the right direction, and especially to embrace sustainable tourism practices. Hopefully, in the long run, we can achieve quality tourism and also increase the prosperity of the country. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to also share her ideas on the commitment, Madam Mazliza binti Sheikh Omar, the Undersecretary Industry Development Division, Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, Malaysia. Please give a round of applause for Madam Mazliza.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, His Excellency, Bapak Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Minister of Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Today's presentation, I would like to share with you on this topic, developing a regional framework for quality tourism implementation in ASEAN and +3 countries. So my presentation will cover 4 sections, which are, next slide. Next slide. Table of contents here, okay. First, importance of regional tourism quality framework. Second, key components of the framework. Third, sustainable tourism focus and strategies. And last but not least, follow-up actions. Next, okay. The importance of regional tourism quality framework. Developing a regional framework for monitoring and evaluating quality tourism implementation in the Asian and +3 countries is crucial to ensuring sustainable tourism development across the region, encouraging sustainability development across the region. Among the suggested key components, framework for quality tourism are as follows. There are 4. First, next slide, please. Okay. First, developing quality tourism indicators. So what are the 5 indicators? It covers 3 elements of PESTEL, which are economy, social, and environment. First, sustainability. It includes environmental impact assessments, carbon footprint reduction, waste management, water usage, and biodiversity conservation. Second indicator is economic, revenue, distribution, local employment rates, small and medium enterprises, SME development, and local supply chain integration. Third indicator is cultural. We preserve cultural heritage, community engagement, and support for traditional arts and crafts. Fourth indicator, social, which include community well-being, gender equality, inclusivity, and protection of vulnerable groups. And fifth indicator is tourist satisfaction indicator, which covers quality of services, accessibility, safety, and overall visitor experience. Second element is emphasizing capacity building. So it covers two, which are training programs. Okay, regional capacity building initiatives should focus on training government officials, tourism operators, and community leaders on sustainable tourism practices and quality tourism standards. In Malaysia context, I would like to share with you, there is a quality tourism practice program which is called MTCP, Malaysia Technical Cooperation Program. Basically, this program focuses on providing the best practices of Malaysia implementation of tourism quality assessment via Malaysia Tourism Quality Assurance, or what we call MyTQA. And participants are given the opportunity to acquire knowledge on Malaysia tourism quality practices mechanism. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to divert your attention to the slide background. It covers 3 megatall skyscraper in Malaysia at the moment. On your, in the middle there, okay, is Merdeka 118. This is, a promotion in a way. Okay. It is second tallest building in the world according to compass.com dated January 11, 2024. It's in the middle. On your right is TRX, Tun Razak Exchange, where all the financial companies are located on the far right. And on the farthest, is the Twin Tower, KLCC. All right, so next slide. Okay, so the third component is benchmarking. There are two as well, benchmarking and peer review. So set up benchmarks based on international best practices in quality tourism using framework like the UN World Tourism Organization's Global Code of Ethics, or perhaps Global Sustainable Tourism Council GSTC criteria. And second, peer review. A peer review mechanism can be established where countries evaluate each other's performance, offering recommendations for improvement and sharing best practices. Okay, and fourth component. Oh, okay. So this is reporting and mechanism component. Okay, it includes three monitoring systems. First, at country level monitoring. Second, regional coordination by the ASEAN Secretariat. And third, annual reporting. Countries submit their annual reports and would be reviewed during the ASEAN +3 tourism ministerial level meetings. Okay, next. Okay, next component will be sustainable tourism focus and strategies and follow-up actions. Okay, so there are 4 elements in the sustainable tourism focus and strategies. First, I would like to share with you conservation initiative. So what are those in conservation initiatives are, first, engage tourists in conservation activities such as tree planting, wildlife protection, and coral reef restoration. And second, promote responsible travel practices among visitors, including guidelines on minimizing their environmental footprint and respecting local culture. And I would like to share with you again, in Malaysia context, we have this volunteerism program, Volunteers and Tourism, by encouraging tourists to involve in volunteers activities at tourist destination. Next. Okay. I'm sorry, can you go to previous slide? I'm sorry. Okay, manage tourism. Reducing congestion visit and manage tourism or over tourism. Implement strategies to manage visitor numbers by first, limiting number of tourists allowed on tour groups. Second, capping visitor numbers. Third, restricting opening times and access at tourist destination. Fourth, pre-booking to popular attractions. Fifth, promoting lesser-known places. It's an excellent initiative by Indonesian government to focus on 5 priority destinations. Six, identifying new tourism products. And 7, creating blue ocean market by creating and capturing new demand. Okay. Third is ecotourism. Encourage the development of eco-friendly accommodations, transportation, and attractions that minimize environmental impact. And also invest in green infrastructure projects such as renewable energy for tourism facilities, efficient waste management systems, and conservation-focused tourism activities. And last, community-based tourism. Focus on community-based tourism models that empower local populations, particularly in rural and undeserved areas, to directly benefit from tourism while protecting cultural and natural heritage. And also provide grants and microloans to local entrepreneurs to develop sustainable tourism businesses. Okay, next. Follow-up actions. So there are 4 follow-up actions. First, initial implementation or quick win within 6 months. Establish a regional task force, identify key stakeholders, and set initial benchmarks. Short-term implementation, 1 year or 1 to 2 years. Launch pilot program, develop a monitoring system, and also capacity building. I mean, when talk about capacity building, in line with technical assistance, Malaysia policy of TVET has a crucial of providing skilled labor for the country's workforce. As we know, gig economy has taken the world by storm due to COVID. So now the issue is how to attract those who left tourism industry to come back. And one of the constraints is the flexibility offered by the gig economy. Okay, and middle term action could be 3 to 5 years. Okay, conduct peer reviews, scale up successful pilots, and enhance regional cooperation. And last, long-term implementation beyond 5 years, review and adjust the framework, sustainability certification, and also global positioning. So in conclusion, the successful implementation of a regional framework for monitoring and evaluating quality tourism in the Asian +3 countries requires a coordinated effort that balances the economic development with sustainability and cultural preservation. With a clear timeline and commitment of the Asian +3 countries can become a model for sustainable quality tourism that benefits both visitors and communities. I have 2 pantun with me before I end this presentation. First is in Malay. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, boleh saya menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umur yang panjang, boleh kita ketemu lagi. And another one, it's in English. A framework is just a method, task which ASEAN and +3 need to be mastered. Together we stand united to achieve tourism quality standard. With that, I end my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Azliza. Once again, please give a round of applause. And yes, thank you also for reminding ourselves and also to once again emphasize the collaborative efforts that is needed from each stakeholders, from each parties to achieve quality tourism, which will benefit us all. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we will conclude our sixth session, which is also our final session for the two-day conference, which we have once again took part in, please do allow me to read the conclusion remarks. The first is regarding urgency and priority, where urgency arises from the challenges facing the tourism sector in the context of sustainability, socio-economic, cultural, and environmental impacts. Priority must be placed on integrating quality tourism into policies, leveraging technology for efficient operations, securing financial resources for sustainable infrastructure, and transitioning to sustainable fuel in aviation and transportation. Second point is strategy, where we must focus on strengthening a comprehensive framework for quality tourism and aligning the country's policy with sustainable development goals. Strategies should emphasize the integration of digital and financial innovations, public-private partnerships, capacity building, and community-based initiatives. And the third is collaboration, where collaboration and joint efforts among the governments, the private sector, communities, and also international organizations are crucial for achieving quality tourism. Strengthened regional and international cooperation, along with the sharing of best practices, is also vital for us to establish a unified vision and ensuring the success of quality tourism initiatives. Together, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we can elevate the entire region's tourism standards. Once again, please give a round of applause for not only our panelists up on stage, but for everyone in the room. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude our sessions and also to give the future directions, please do allow me to invite once again onto the stage Bapak Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy. Please give a round of applause for Bapak Sandiaga Uno.
Thank you. Please, once again, give a big hand to Sarah Wayne. I would like to thank Pak Julie from BI and also Mr. Hardeman, dankjewel, from World Economic Forum, and also Ibu Masliza, and that was a great pantun. Thank you. You use the very, I would say, the correct way of pantun. Indonesians now take a more shorter and innovative version, like something like ikan hiu makan tomat. Hadirin semua, I love you so much. Makan mie pakai cabai rawit. Hadirin, kalian semua so sweet. So that's a new shortened version, but I think it's not the correct linguistically or traditionally, but pantun is now shared between Malaysia and Indonesia as the intangible cultural heritage of UNESCO, and that's part of tourism and creative economy now. So thank you, Ibu Masliza, for the two pantuns. I'd like to apologize on behalf of Pak Odo, who has to be with the Coordinating Minister Luhut for urgent matter. But on behalf of the government of Indonesia, and in particular the team over here who's been working very hard, and Pak Luhut's team, also BI team, LPS team, we're extremely grateful for your contributions and insightful discussions on quality tourism. And this is the questions as how we can enhance the quality of tourism in our respective regions. The questions is to be answered by your clear plan of actions. This is not a solitary journey, but this is a collective endeavor to enhance every aspect of our tourism offerings. Tourism products, events, all must be in line with the quality tourism. Our achievement to increase 10 points in the rankings of WEF, World Economic Forum, Travel and Tourism Development Index should not be taken as something that we continue to celebrate, but rather a challenge. So the next 2 years, we're going to be very hard at work, and anybody want to volunteer to give the target for the next index where Indonesia should be at? Liz? No? Randy? We're now number 22. Nobody want to volunteer? Top 10? Okay, top 10 then. And I will pass because my term ends in October. So yes, top 10. But it will be up to Ibu Rizky, Ibu Kiki, and Ibu Desi to be monitored by all of you here to achieve that top 10 target. And for the media over there, please continue to ask them about this achievement. I'll be joining the rest of the crowd. It's nice to be a politician, you know, you give target for the next generations. And I'm also very pleased to end the sessions by presenting a book by the Joint Coalitions of Tourism Council. And this book is titled Insight Report Quality Tourism 2024, Accelerating Quality Tourism Development for Sustainable Growth. This is a joint collaborations between Bank of Indonesia, Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investments, Ministry of National Development Planning, and the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. Later on, I will present the book because this is an important documentation of perspectives and concrete actions to accelerate the development of quality tourism with a focus on the 5 super priority tourism destinations. In closing, let's turn our ideas into actionable plans. Like I said earlier, how we could be ambassadors and set a good examples. Don't we let ourselves work from seminars to seminars, conference to conference without plan of actions that is measurable. Our commitments collectively should turn into tangible results, the results that will be for the future generations. The path to sustainability is ongoing, and every step we take matters. And because we're in the heart of ASEAN and Bali is the premier destinations, let's work together to make this journey a memorable and harmonious travel experiences. And I close, thank you very much. I close with Paramasanti, Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
One more pantun
Yes,
for Ibu Maslia. This is in bahasa. Ada buah zaitun di terminal bis. Mohon maaf semua, stok pantunnya habis.
Thank you very much, Bapak Sandi. Terima kasih. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned before by Bapak Sandiaga Uno, next we will witness together the book launch. Therefore, to all the speakers, we please invite you to please come up on the stage, to the front of the stage, and for the committee to also prepare for the book launch, which will be presented by Bapak Sandiaga Uno, accompanied by Bapak Juli from Bank Indonesia. And now, next, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to also invite onto the stage representatives who will be receiving the book. First is Mr. Kong Roat Lomang, the Deputy Director General of Tourism Development and International Cooperation from Cambodia. To please come up on stage, please give a round of applause. And next, we would like to also invite Dr. Shashak Vikram, the Consul General of India in Bali, representing India. Please give a round of applause. And we'd like to also invite onto the stage Mr. Joshua Lau, the Chief Commercial Officer from Brunei. Please give a round of applause. And next, we'd like to also invite onto the stage Mr. Randy Durbin, the CEO of Global Sustainable Tourism Council, to also join other representatives onto the stage. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, here representing ASEAN countries, India International Organizations, to receive the book, which will be presented by Bapak Sandiaga Uno, accompanied by Bapak Juli Budi Winantia. Please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the book titled Accelerating Quality Tourism Development for Sustainable Growth Insight Report 2024, presented by the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, accompanied by Bapak Juli Budi Winantia, the Director of the Department of Economic and Monetary Policy, Central Bank of Indonesia. And once again, the book is presented to representatives of ASEAN countries, India, and international organizations. As we can see here, it is handed over by Bapak Sandi to Mr. Kong Roat Lomang, Dr. Shashank Vikram, Madam Mazliza binti Sheikh Omar, Mr. Joshua Lau, Mr. Andras Haneman, and Mr. Randy Durban. Please once again give a round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen on the stage, we'd like to invite everyone to please take a position as we take a picture of this momentous occasion. I will help the countdown in 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Bagaimana teman-teman dokumentasi? Masih? Lagi? Oh, please take one more step to the left, towards the left. Yes? Photographers? Okay. Once again, 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Once again, please give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And you may now return to your seat. And that was the book titled Accelerating Quality Tourism Development for Sustainable Growth Insight Report 2024 have been launched. And with this, I also end our discussion session and also the whole panel plenary session. I, Sarah Wayne, thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And I hand over the microphone and stage to Dian as our master of ceremony. Please give a round of applause for Dian.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Sarah. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was the whole plenary sessions that we have during the first International Quality Tourism Conference. And once again, our conference is initiated by the Coordinating Ministry for Maritime Affairs and Investment of the Republic of Indonesia, the Central Bank of Indonesia, the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, and the Ministry of National Development Planning of the Republic of Indonesia. This event is powered by Lembaga Penjamin Simpanan LPS and supported by Mastercard, Pertamina, Telkom Indonesia, BCA, BRI, and Traveloka. Let's give a big hand to all of the sponsors that already generously supporting this event. Once again, can we hear a loud applause, please? Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are very close to the end of the first International Quality Tourism Conference. But before that, we still have our executive meeting. So please be reminded for the following participants to proceed to the 10th floor. Don't worry, because there will be the signage to proceed to the 10th floor. Once again, for the exclusive meeting on TTDI improvement plan. So we would like to invite to join us on the 10th floor, Mr. Alexandre Hugo Laure, the Senior Private Sector Specialist of World Bank, Mr. Nicholas Pitet, Senior Tourism Specialist, Deputi Bidang Kebijakan Strategis, Adiatama Kepariwisataan dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Ahli Utama, Pakar atau Staf Khusus Menteri 2014-2019, Kepala Bidang Hubungan Multilateral Kementerian Perhubungan, Kepala Departemen Kebijakan Ekonomi dan Moneter Bank Indonesia, Direktur Departemen Kebijakan Sistem Pembayaran Bank Indonesia, PLH, Deputi Bidang Metodologi dan Informasi Statistik BPS, Direktur Manajemen Strategis Kemenparekraf, kemudian Direktur Industri, Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Kementerian PPN atau Bappenas, Direktur Tata Kelola Destinasi Kemenparekraf, Direktur Utama Badan Pelaksana Otorita Borobudur, Direktur Badan Pelaksana Otorita Danau Toba, Kepala Pusat Pengendalian Pembangunan Ekoregion Bali dan Nusa Tenggara KLHK, dan juga Kepala Kanwil Kemenkumham Bali. So once again, sekali lagi kami persilakan Bapak dan Ibu yang telah disebutkan untuk dapat menuju ke lantai 10 for the executive meeting. So once again to all of the participants, distinguished delegates, please kindly proceed directly to the 10th floor for the executive meeting. And for other participants, we invite you for the networking session. And for this networking session, we would like to invite you per table. So we will announce it per table, for maybe per 5 table. So for these networking sessions, you will be able to stop by at the exhibition area and exploring the whole booth and our partners there, and also to participate on the talk, interactive talk at the exhibition area. So we will already set up for the participants. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, we invite kindly for those who will joining us for the 10th floor for the executive meeting. Please kindly make your way to the right-hand side of this stage. There will be the committee that will usher you to the 10th floor. Once again, we invite Mr. Alexandre Hugo, the Senior Private Sector Specialist of World Bank, along with Mr. Nicholas Pite, Senior Tourism Specialist, Deputi Bidang Kebijakan Strategis, Adiatama Kepariwisataan dan Ekonomi Kreatif, Ahli Utama, Pakar atau Staf Khusus Menteri 2014-2019, Kepala Bidang Hubungan Multilateral Kementerian Perhubungan, Kepala Departemen Kebijakan Ekonomi dan Moneter Bank Indonesia, Direktur Departemen Kebijakan Sistem Pembayaran Bank Indonesia, PLH, Deputi Bidang Metodologi dan Informasi Statistik BPS, Direktur Manajemen Strategis Kemenparekraf, kemudian Direktur Industri, Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Kemen PPN Bappenas, Direktur Tata Kelola Destinasi Kemenparekraf, Direktur Utama Badan Pelaksana Otorita Borobudur, Direktur Utama Badan Pelaksana Otorita Danau Toba, Kepala Pusat Pengendalian Pembangunan Ekoregion Bali dan Nusa Tenggara KLHK, serta Kepala Kanwil Kemenkumham Bali. Kami persilakan. Dan selanjutnya kami langsung saja persilakan. Now we would like to invite ladies and gentlemen to also join us for the networking session. So the networking session will include a hotel exhibition, destination exhibition, and showcase of the tourism products and also services. Once again, it is located at our exhibition foyer, located on your left-hand side or on my right-hand side. So we will now invite, and starting from those who are sitting from table 1 to table 7. Please kindly join us at the networking session. The usher will usher you as well to the exhibition area where you can join us for the networking sessions that will showcase once again the hotel exhibition, destination exhibition, and also tourism product and services. For others, please kindly wait here. Please be reminded here as well. And ladies and gentlemen, we also, while you're waiting, we also have provided you with the QR code. So the QR code on your table is available for the guidance book, and the QR code in front all of you. Later on, we will also have the QR code for the feedback form. So please kindly fill the feedback form and complete it for the improvement of our next International Quality Tourism Conference. Thank you, and let's wait for other groups to proceed to the exhibition foyer. Thank you. Once again for the networking session. Baik Bapak dan Ibu, kita melanjutkan dengan sesi networking. Kami persilakan tentunya secara bergiliran, bertahap, dimulai dari Bapak Ibu yang duduk di meja 1 hingga meja 7. Kami persilahkan untuk bisa menuju ke area exhibition foyer untuk dapat mengikuti networking session. Exhibition foyer berada di sebelah sisi kiri Bapak dan Ibu. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu lainnya dipersilakan untuk bisa mengisi feedback form dengan cara men-scan QR code yang akan ditampilkan di depan layar. Dimohon untuk dapat melengkapi untuk kemajuan dari pelaksanaan conference kita berikutnya. Sekali lagi untuk sesi networking ini Bapak dan Ibu dapat diikuti, dan untuk kelancaran serta kenyamanan kami akan membagi menjadi beberapa tahap sehingga Bapak dan Ibu akan menuju ke exhibition foyer secara bergiliran dimulai dari meja 1 hingga meja 7. Selain di area exhibition foyer, Bapak dan Ibu juga dapat mengikuti interactive talks di area exhibition yang juga berlangsung selama sesi networking ini. Terima kasih.